always spread real. Think for yourself, take a red pill. Build for more wealth, you can steady make meals if you cook for yourself and not a ready-made meal. Tell these young men they don't need to be brainless. Tell these young women they don't need to be shameless. Focus on growth, you don't need to be famous. Gotta have goals, you can't reach if you're aimless. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I will never cave, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I will never cave, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. Oh, man. It's time to slay these devils, man. Are you down with Zuby?
You're not a fringe minority.
Look, this is all true. Don't care about your slogans, homie, I am so through. Don't care about emotions, I don't care about news. If you care about the social, you should care about truth. And care about youth, for they fall to their doom. Offended by the truth, so they call me a coon. Black lives only matter when in tune with their views. I think black lives matter from the womb to the tomb. Teach for more health, always spread real. Think for yourself, take a red pill. Build for more wealth, you can steady make meals if you cook for yourself and not a ready-made meal. Tell these young men they don't need to be brainless. Tell these young women they don't need to be shameless. Focus on growth, you don't need to be famous. Gotta have goals, you can't reach if you're aimless. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real.
Yep.
A democracy is healthy when there's civic engagement. The degree to which so does your democracy. So we're going to have to get far. Your area of your riding once a month or however long you want it. Last voter to come out of the ballot box or the last voter standing or whatever, right? A democracy is healthy when it goes down, so does your democracy. So we're going to have to get far, far more involved if we're going to save this nation. There's got to be on every week. We've got to make sure MLAs meet with people.
They're going to. Test. Okay, so we got sound.
That one.
So we got sound. Maybe the video.
A democracy is healthy. And a democracy is only good. That's the last voter. And a democracy is only good. Democracy is only good. The last voter to come out of the ballot box or voter standing or whatever, right? A democracy is healthy when there's civic engagement. The degree to which civic engagement goes down, so does your democracy. So we're going to have to get far, far more involved if we're going to save this nation. There's got to be ongoing civic engagement every week. We've got to make sure MLAs meet with people in your area of your riding once a month or however long you want it, and to see what's going on in the legislature, what's going on in the parliament, and what's there that's going to affect me or our region or me as an individual Canadian. Okay, well, civic engagement has gone. And of course, part of that is there's no civics in the schools. There's nothing in the schools. The students come out of grade 12 and they don't know a darn thing about how the municipal council works, let alone the provincial government works or how the federal government works. Right? And so we have become, I guess, a complacent society. You know, Plato talked about this. He said, you know, democracy is not going to work for very long, right? It's just not going to work for very long because you need this incessant engagement all the time in order for, it's a fragile thing. The majority of people in the world don't live in a democracy, for example. Never did. That's how fragile it is. That's what we're talking about, trying to save something that's very, very unique, very fragile, but worth fighting for and worth keeping so that there's freedom and liberty in our nation and that part of the globe where we live. That's why it's so important.
Day 2. I bet you all remember what Canada used to be and what it can be again, so we thought we'd start off today by singing O Canada. Yeah, please sing with me. Jonathan asked me to sing this to you, but I'm actually a terrible singer, so if you guys could drown me out, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much for making me not do that by myself. Everybody, welcome Zuby back to the stage.
Canada, what's up? I feel like today is going to be a lot easier than yesterday, because yesterday I felt like I was in a room somewhat full of strangers whom I hadn't met yet, and I feel today like I'm in a room full of friends. I feel very comfortable up here. Thank you. I think this event has been amazing so far. How are you guys feeling? You feeling inspired, yeah? I've met so many amazing people over the past 24 hours or so. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have conversations with so many of you. There's so much love, so much appreciation, all of the speakers and panelists. Everyone's just been awesome. And I think in these times that we're living through, it's so important to remember how good humanity is. I think, unfortunately, just due to the way that the media and social media and even just the human mind works, we're so trained and prone to focus on the negative all the time, to focus on the evil and the darkness and the negative anomalies and situations that make us put our guards up, that make us put our warning up. And in light of that, we can lose sight of the fact that most people are good and decent, or at least doing their best to be, because that doesn't make the news, that doesn't go viral. That's just basic human decency. And this is just a very powerful reminder of how real and true that is in this nation and elsewhere. So I don't want to ramble on too long. I would like to introduce a great and courageous man. I remember discovering him a couple of years ago during this whole scamdemic situation. And I saw a video on Twitter. I think it said something like, based Canadian pastor kicks police out of his church or something like that. And I'll tell you guys something. I saw that video and I didn't just see it and feel inspired. I showed it to my parents. I was like, you guys need to watch this video. You need to see this. I'm a man of faith myself, and I wish that, thank you. Give it up to God. Shout out to God. Shout out to God. Honestly, so many beautiful souls in this room. And one thing that I did notice across the world that I was personally quite disappointed in was the absence of leadership and courage from churches, pastors, priests. And so seeing this man right here and seeing that video, it warmed my heart, honestly. I was so happy about it. It made me smile. So without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage Artur Pawlowski.
Something wrong with Canada, there's trouble in the land. The government is rolling with their genocidal plan. They sent detained Nazis to the cave of Adulam, but they ran into a pastor willing to take a stand. He told them, get out, go away, leave our house to pray. We will take communion and worship it every way. I tell you, get out of my church, you Nazi scum. God is with us, it is over, we've already won. They're like a dog on a bone, they stole the pastor's home. They're like a common criminal, the book's been thrown. Ensuring the truth was denied, Stephen Johnston lied. He forgot the pastor had the good Lord on his side. So today is the day, through the blood of Christ we pray. Prosecutor Johnston was an agent of the crown, a wicked little minion trying to burn the country down. He prosecutes the boys and goods and keeps them in remand, while he puts Pawlowski's sermon on the witness stand. The pastor preached to be free, his solidarity. Stephen Johnston called it mischief in the first degree. Judge that naughty Polish pastor with a son and told the truth, so I'm gonna rail to put him in jail along with the boys from Coots. They're like a dog on a bone, they stole the truckers' homes. And like some common criminals, the book's being thrown. And while the trial is denied, cause Stephen Johnston lied, he forgot the truckers had the good Lord on their side. So today is a day, through the blood of Christ we pray. 50 days was just a taste of Lord Pawlowski's prison days, cause prosecutor Johnston's gone insane. He knows the judge will be a crook like Gordon Cricky and John Brooke, or even David Gates and Adam Germain. Crooked judges won't obey the laws, but God has never lost. He's the judge of judges, watching every single line they cross. Pastor Artur is a man of God, standing in their way. The Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, for the crooked souls we pray. A pastor gives a sermon to a persecuted crowd. He's the only one who did his job when truth was not allowed. And for the crime of preaching to every Canadian, prosecutor Johnston seeking 10 years in the pen. Because he cheats and he lies, we will not comply. is it. It's a war. We've seen it all before. The communists are coming and they're banging down the door. They're like a dog on a bone. They'll storm into your home. And like a common criminal, the bucket will be thrown. During a trial, you'll deny while the prosecutors lie. So don't forget the pastors, keep the good Lord on your side. And if today is a day through the blood of Christ we pray. If the pastors are in prison, there's trouble in the land. Once they grab the pastors, they come for the common man. If the pastors are in prison, there's trouble in the land. Once they grab the pastors, they come for the common man. If the pastors are in prison, there's trouble in the land. Once they grab the pastors, they come for the common man. If the pastors are in prison, there's trouble in the land. Once they grab the pastors, they come for the common man.
Praise God. It's Sunday. It's Sunday, so I'm going to start with a prayer, if it's okay with you. And even if you said it's not okay with you, I wouldn't care. I was wired that way. Sorry. I'm not sorry. So if you can stand with me, and we're going to pray. It's a simple prayer that Lord Jesus Christ taught us, and it's from Matthew 6, 9 to 13. It's King James Version. And he says to pray this way. After this manner, therefore, pray. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our debts, as we forgive our trespass against us. And lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and glory, forever. Amen. Well, you memorized a different version. That's okay. I forgive you. I have no choice. God is talking so much about forgiveness. You're a very unique man, I have to tell you that. For sure you are a white supremacist, that's guaranteed. But also, I have never seen a man with two watches. My God, I feel old. It must be the new thing, right? I don't know if you're paying attention, but I look at him yesterday, and it's like there is one fancy watch on the left and another crazy electronic from the space watch on his other one. And I'm thinking, my God, I don't even have one. I feel so old. Well, you're looking at a miracle. I am a walking, living miracle. In 2020, 21, and 22, I have been hugged literally by tens of thousands of people, and I'm still alive. It must be a miracle, because we were told that having a coffee with your brother is going to take down the entire city. Also, I am a survivor. I have survived a Christmas of 2020. Canadian government declared that if you dare to have Christmas during that time, I don't know if you remember, but they canceled Christmas, and they've told us that if you're going to have Christmas with your family, then you're going to kill the entire city. I remember the Calgary Chief of Police sent officers to monitor our driveways. If anyone is caught having extra family for a Christmas dinner, that's it. Break the door, arrest them. And when I was hearing those crazy things from behind the Iron Curtain, like I remember growing up under the boots of the Soviets, I thought to myself, like, my God, those people are insane. I think they're Grinches of some sort. They're going to steal Christmas. So what I did, I was always the same. What I do is always the opposite, what Satan is telling me to do. So when they were telling us cancel Christmas, I went on television and I invited people to the biggest Christmas celebration in the land. When they were telling us to cancel our family dinners, I invited my friends, my entire family. I took a picture and I sent it to them, and I told them, come and get me. So eventually they did. But if it comes to Christmas, I'm a survivor. I survived Christmas of 2020. We had thousands of people showing up. We were doing unthinkable. And I know I'm guilty as charged. I was told that if you dare to sing, the whole neighborhood is going to collapse. Singing was outlawed, so I hired carolers. And I told them, just you keep singing. If we all drop dead, then we see Jesus like right away. That's a bonus. Also, what I did, I fed the poor. That's what I do for the past 25 years. I don't know if you know that my story started not because I wanted to keep the church's doors open, but because I fed the poor. I became the first a blessed Canadian to get a COVID ticket at the beginning of 2020, not for keeping the church's doors open, but for feeding the poor. I run a soup kitchen. We feed thousands of people every week since 1999, 25 years, and the Canadian government has not been happy about me. So I received over 350 citations, over 120 court cases, 16 arrests so far, and many times I was detained. Actually, the truth is we were just in Detroit, Michigan, and we were coming back with my wife and my son from a big rally, and my son was detained again. That's the 5th time the Canadian authorities arrested my son because he dared to speak to the European Parliament just a few years ago in my behalf when I was still under house arrest. So this journey, if you will, continues for my family. But we also, during the 2020 of the Christmas celebration, we fed the poor, we had AAA steaks. And I think that's what enrages them the most, that we dare to feed the poor with Alberta's best AAA steaks. I think, when I'm thinking about it, I think that's where my guilt lies. Because they cannot understand how a little guy from Poland with a broken English, that sometimes I'm thinking, God, did I say the right English word? Or it's Paul English? And I'm just inventing stuff up. I'm not sure sometimes. So they think and they look at me and they say, how come? I had police officers, I had politicians. I mean, I was offered $2 million to shut my mouth. I'll never forget, my mom calls me and she said, well, I see you're still yapping. Yes, Mom, I'm still yapping. Well, you're kind of good at it, so keep yapping. And if you know your Bible, you know that you are to obey your parents, right? Honor your mother and your father. So I'm just simply doing my job, obeying my parents. I'm still yapping. But I didn't know that my yapping is so dangerous until I was offered a guaranteed seat at the legislature by the Premier Danielle Smith just last year. I didn't know that my yapping is so dangerous that I was offered $2 million to keep my mouth shut. I was offered a government job. I was offered all kinds of different things. And finally, after 8 months, about 10 months of coming to me and offering this and offering that, they realize I'm not for sale. And I'll tell you why, Artur Pawlowski and my family, why we're not for sale. Because we have already been bought by the precious blood of Jesus. You cannot sell something that you don't own. I have given my ambition. I have given my life. I have given my money to the living God. Therefore, I don't consider it mine anymore. It's His. And I know I'm a weirdo. I get that. I'm a little bit weird. I'm one of those few pastors that actually read the Bible. I don't know. It's just something that I do. Most Christians don't read the Bible. That's why they don't understand what's really going on, and they think, obeying the government is in the Bible. That's actually not the truth. Romans 13 is very clear. It says, obey the authorities, of course, when the authorities are doing good, protecting those law-abiding citizens. Would you obey Adolf Hitler? Would you obey Joseph Stalin? Would you obey Mao Zedong? Would you obey those psychopathic bloody murderers just because they say, I'm an authority? You see, people have to start to read the Bible to understand that Daniel in the lion's den ended up over there not because he obeyed the king, it's because he disobeyed the authority. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego end up in a fire furnace because they disobeyed. They refused to bow before the golden statue. And you got the whole Bible. You've got Mordecai, Esther, you've got Joshua, Caleb, you've got the book of Acts, chapter 4, 5. You've got all those instances in the Bible that people had a choice. And they have chosen God. They have chosen to be good people. You see, we have that choice. You can become a monster. I call those people that are doing this to us monsters. They've lost their humanity. You can be a monster. That's your choice for trinkets, for money, for salary. You know, I challenge the officers, and the only way I could challenge them is by talking to them. When they refused to listen, I yelled. That's what I do. That's my weapon of choice. I just yell to get people's attention. And I got their attention. I kept the church's door open. I got arrested multiple times, over and over again, and the story still continues. And it's a fascinating story. Fascinating story. You know, I'm sure you've watched the video. I am one of the most censored people on earth right now. They took my big YouTube channel and they are censoring me left and right. And I'm telling you, it's so funny because when God wants your message out, He will just tell you, just yell, and it will reach over 1 billion people. And that's exactly what happened with my few minutes Get Out Nazi video. I was not intending it to be all over the news. I was interviewed by the biggest TV outlets on earth for months. I've done 10, 15 shows a day. It was incredible. It was amazing. I was able to preach the gospel and give message of hope to hundreds of millions of people around the world with my broken English. That's a fascinating thing. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because if a man from Poland with a broken English can do it, that means you have no excuse. I am censored. I'm called names. I'm sure you were called white supremacists. 100%. I know, because those people are insane. I was called Islamophobe, homophobe, transphobe, and the only phobia I have is, are you ready? I just invented that word. Insane-nophobia. I'm only afraid of crazy. Because how you deal with crazy? The crazy. You can't have a debate with crazy. I know that for a fact. Because when I kept the church's door open, when the Freedom Convoy started to roll, I received a phone call from the Freedom Convoy, and they said, Pastor, at that time I was all over the place. We had 15, 20,000 people on the streets of Calgary. I was all over the place, flying to different provinces, doing rallies, getting tickets. I got over 40, 50 tickets. I don't even remember. I don't think even our lawyers remember how many tickets. You know, and I was all over the place. And when they called me and they said, Pastor, will you become our pastor for the Freedom Convoy? I said, of course. I did not even hesitate. And I'm telling you, they showed up in Calgary, and that was one of the legs. We did a church service in the afternoon, then another one in the morning, and off they went. And I'm telling you, as they were driving, I was like, I want to go. I want to, like a little 5-year-old kid, I want to go. I really want to go. And my wife says, don't you dare. I really want to go. And she says, no. I said, what's wrong with you? I want to go. I want to be where the action is. And she said, the action is here. You see, if all the men will go to Ottawa, who is going to lead the rallies here? Who is going to keep the hope high here in your own city, in Alberta? If all of you go to Ottawa, who is going to organize stuff here? And you know what? She was right. Quite often I say to the young people that you got to pay attention to your wives because they have enormous power. I fear only two people, God and my wife, and I'll tell you why. I don't fear the authorities. I don't fear the politicians. I have no fear if it comes to those people. But I'm telling you, especially young people, be careful and learn this from an older guy. Because when you go to bed and you close your eyes and you fall asleep, I mean, the sky is the limit what can happen to you. You lose control. You have no idea what she can do to you. So, be in a good standing with your wife. God first, wife second, everything else will follow. So I listened, I stayed behind, and oh God, if I knew that the action would be actually in Coutts, Alberta, in the smallest little town with a few hundred people, I would not believe you. I went over there with my son Nathaniel. I took a worshiper. We did a service at Milk River, about 15 kilometers from the border. And then I went to the RCMP. They blocked the whole thing. And I said, can I go to the Coutts border, to Smugglers Inn? It's a restaurant, private property. I want to do another service. They opened the barricade. Off we went without a problem. And I did 19 minutes mini sermon that I don't really like myself. Lots of emotion. I was telling them about the solidarity movement that I witnessed when I was growing up, the power of the people, stand for God and state given rights, do it peacefully. 3 times I told the people to do it peacefully. No guns, no swords. Apparently it was good, because they're talking about this to this day. Apparently it was very good, because a few days later, I was arrested by every force in the land. It was the greatest takedown of Al Capone of Calgary. I didn't know that I am the new El Chapo. It was RCMP officers, detectives, anti-terrorists, special SWAT team with cameras. They were uniformed Calgary police, undercover. I didn't know that I'm being monitored for months. I stepped out, and the masked bandits said, Mr. Pulaski, you're under arrest. Okay, whatever. Not the first time, I'm sure not the last time. They took me to the interrogation room. I was grilled the Soviet style for many hours, roughed up, tortured, taken to prison, stripped naked, solitary confinement, and then the next day was my introduction to the prison system when they put me in little metal cages. I've never even knew that the Canadian system has metal cages for prisoners. And I spent a lot of time there. I spent over 40 days in isolation, solitary confinement, concrete cells, no water, no washroom. They denied access to my lawyers. They confiscated my documents for the eyes of the lawyers multiple times, would not give me my reading glasses, confiscated my Bibles. I was roughed up, and then I learned that the guards are giving incentives to the inmates to murder me in prison. At least 5 already testified to my lawyers about the intention of the government. And then, if that was not enough, I was kidnapped by sheriffs without the knowledge of my family, without the knowledge of our lawyers, taken to Edmonton, and they put me in MaxPot. MaxPot is a section of the remand for the most dangerous terrorists, most dangerous people in the country. And I was there by myself. You got hundreds of cells in that unit, like a matrix kind of an environment, and I was there by myself, freezing conditions, and they denied me a blanket. So I'm sitting over there shivering, and this was 42nd, 3rd day, 4th day of my imprisonment. So I called my wife. I only had 30 minutes in 24 hours. Sometimes they would keep me in a cage for 26 hours straight. I was released to make a phone call and take a shower. I called my wife and I said my goodbyes. I don't think I'm coming out. I don't think those people will allow me to come out. I'm in freezing conditions. I can't sleep. I can't function. I'm not eating. I'm going to be dead very soon unless something happens. So what she did, she called the lawyers. The lawyers sent a letter to the judge. And the next day, I was surprised. It scared them. And I was taken from a MaxPot and placed in a psych ward. Without the evaluation of the doctors, without even the knowledge of Alberta Health Services to this day. Completely illegal. And I spent a week over there. That's why I'm telling you, I have a hard time to deal with crazy, because I have personal experience. You walk into the room and they're jumping up and down and running in a circle. What do? How you minister to someone that runs in a circle? You run with them? Like Jesus loves you? It was a challenging, put it this way. The funny thing about being in psych ward is that we had the biggest amount of time outside, and we could watch TV, because in the other prisons, no TV for you. What I didn't know, that in a psych ward, you watch TV in a different way. So you watch a movie, it starts, it's really good, it's amazing. I'm thinking, okay, somehow I'll survive this. I mean, movies, time goes faster, and somehow it's a little bit better. We start a movie, it's good, it's a Hollywood production, and then 10 minutes later, someone jumps and changes the channel. And I'm thinking, this is weird. It was a good movie. But then we are watching another one. Another 10 minutes, and someone jumps and changes the channel again. So we are watching another movie, and that was every day. I watched about 60, 70 portions of movies, and not even one full one. Crazy, crazy stuff. Anyway, I led people to the Lord, I preached, I did my best, and of course in Calgary, they took me from Calgary to Edmonton because I was so successful that every single inmate in my unit sent a petition to the director and said, if you don't release this guy from isolation, you're going to have a riot. When I was being taken from my... Everywhere I was going, they were banging on the doors like in the movies. Free Pastor Art, free Pastor Art, free Pastor Art. It was incredible, it was surreal. I was actually a hero in prison, and I'm thinking, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Because those were hardcore criminals, bank robbers, which call me to this day. Other human traffickers, like really, really dangerous people, a gun for hire. And when I was in a psych ward as well, I'm sitting over there and I'm thinking, God, I don't know what you're doing to me. I don't know what to do. And I'm sitting over there, and there's a guy next to me, and he looks at me and is like, I'm thinking, oh, God, how I deal with that, I don't know. But it turned out he recognized me. He says, aren't you that pastor that gets arrested all the time? Guilty as charged. And he jumps and yells at the top of his voice, you are my hero! And it's like, God, is this a good thing or a bad thing that the crazy people call me hero? I don't know. I still have a hard time to wrap my head around this, So anyway, eventually I was released, placed on house arrest. I spent a year and a half on house arrest, and I was charged with absolute insanity. I was charged with terrorism, which is interfering with the crucial infrastructure under the Defense Act. I was charged with inciting mischief, which is a made-up stuff. If they have nothing on you, they can charge you. I mean, I can just charge you looking at me. Yes, that's inciting mischief. And, of course, breach of a release order. And believe it or not, I faced the judge, and I was found guilty on everything. I've never seen a trial like this. I became the first Canadian to be charged with this, first Canadian to be convicted, and the first time this has never been done before, that the sermon of a man was on trial, word by word. They were digesting every word I said, and they were debating what I meant when I said certain words. Mr. Pawlowski was thinking about this when he said that. Oh, no, he was thinking about that when he said this. And it was a total insanity. And the judge eventually said guilty. I was guilty of everything, and he said every person that took part in the Freedom Convoy is a criminal. So eventually I started to receive phone calls from so-called political fixers. I don't know if you're familiar with the term. When the politicians have nothing or they want to do something, they will send those people, if they want to be seen interfering with something, they will send political fixers. So it will be a shocker to you. Stephen Harper had a meeting with Jason Kenney and Pierre Poilievre, and they've decided, as I was told, to eliminate me from the board. And I said, why Pierre Poilievre? I had never, ever had any interaction with that guy. And he says, well, because they're afraid you're interfering, you're exposing the corruption in Alberta, which is the Conservative Party, that locked more pastors and arrested more people than the Chinese government during that time. And you're talking about this, therefore you're jeopardizing our federal election. You need to be eliminated because we offered you money, we offered you job, we offered you a guaranteed seat at the legislature, and you're not buying it. Therefore, we need to eliminate you. So the threats, they put my house on fire, they put our church on fire, they destroyed our children's bus, my tires of my pickup truck, they unscrewed the tires, and tire just took off in the middle of the road. I was physically attacked, I was threatened, I had Antifa in my home, jumping, dressed in black. I mean, everywhere I went, I was either followed by the crazy people or the crazy people from the government. And it was a dangerous situation for sure. And then the blackmail started to come. The Canadian government said that if you don't keep your mouth shut, we will assassinate you. We will, the judge is bought and paid for, and you're not coming out. Pack your bags, you're going to prison, has been decided, you're not coming out. And I had a choice to make, just like everybody else, and I said, I'm sticking with Jesus no matter what, because in the end of the day, you can sell your soul for trinkets, you can sell your soul because of fear, but in the end, you will become a victim no matter what. And that's why I used to say to the people, lions do not bow before the hyenas. We eat them for breakfast. Patrick Henry said, it is when a people forget God that tyrants forge their chains. Patrick Henry, that's the same man that said, give me liberty or give me death during his speech before the Virginia Convention in 1775. So today, many years later, I am here for one purpose and one purpose only, to tell you the truth. And I know that some of you will not like this truth. Especially now, truth is not very popular. Some will not like what I am here to say. However, God that created everything says in His Word that when you will know the truth, that truth will set you free. The question is, do you want to be free? George Bernard Shaw said, all great truths begin as blasphemies. The idea of government representatives, parties, were formed for one purpose and one purpose only, to serve the people. We have lost that completely. All levels of government and every ruling party in our beloved Canada has betrayed us and has committed acts of treason. If I was your king, I would charge those politicians with treason. This has nothing to do with forgiveness. This has nothing to do with our Christian faith. Actually, maybe it has everything to do with our Christian faith, because justice demands restitution. We have to do something with the evil that they unleashed on us. You see, I believe in Nuremberg trial. I believe that it was important. It was symbolic. Yes, I understand that out of 50,000 SS officers, only few were charged, but it was still important. The whole world came together and said, what we have seen was wrong. I'm looking forward to Nuremberg number 2. The liberals are acting like Nazi dictators. The NDPers are not even hiding that they are plain open communists, socialists, godless, corrupted to the core enemies of the people. And on top of that, we have the so-called conservatives. It was them, the conservatives, that for the past few years we were waiting for, to fight for us, to defend us from this unbelievable attack on our families, children, our rights and freedoms that we witnessed in the past few years. We looked for their leadership. We hope that at least the conservative representatives are going to stand with the people and for the people. We looked for them in the rallies. I did. I asked, is there any representative here? Anyone, I mean anyone. We looked for them in the protests. We hoped to see them during the truck convoy. Except few that have been destroyed or removed to no avail. The conservatives, so-called, refused to come and defend us. They refused to come. They decided to abandon us. In fact, they did throw us into the hyena's den to die. Their betrayal was deeper than we thought. They benefited greatly from our hardship. They did not miss a paycheck. They got bonuses and they gave themselves raises. When we were being destroyed, ticketed, arrested, hunted down, they were being protected and well paid. You don't believe me? Well, here it is. I'll do my best to read this because I don't even know how long I have. Club of Rome, brought to Canada by Pierre Trudeau, April 1971. Bilderberg Group, another globalist organization attended by liberals and conservative prime ministers, Pierre Trudeau, Lester Pearson, Stephen Harper, Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, as well as premiers, Jason Kenney, Alison Redford, Brad Wall, Mike Harris, Gordon Campbell, Bernard Lord, Frank McKenna. World Economic Forum, over the years attended by Justin Trudeau, Stephen Harper, Michelle Rumpel, Chrystia Freeland. Conservatives, liberals both together unleashed this hell on Canada. 2002, Alberta Conservative government signed Albertans onto the climate change agenda. Alberta was supposed to, according to them, to cut carbon emissions 50% by 2020. 2003, Alberta Conservatives bring climate change emission targets into law. 2005, 2007, Stephen Harper, Conservative, and Paul Martin's Liberal signed Canada to World Health Organization. If you're wondering why this was unleashed on us, it was because of them. They were supposed to protect Canadians and they sold you for trinkets. 2007, Alberta Conservatives legislate facilities emitting more than 100,000 tons of carbon per year to reduce their emissions by 12%. Others, if they couldn't do it, were penalized. 2009, Alberta Conservatives bring Climate Change and Emission Management Corporation to spend millions upon millions of our money. 2009, Sustainable Development Act. 2010-15, Canada's WEF involvement continues. Stephen Harper, Pierre Poilievre. 2014, Alberta Conservatives, under the leadership of Alison Redford, brought the World Economic Forum to Alberta. Danielle Smith, the new savior of Alberta. And I did my best to warn people. I know the woman when we were together in a Wild Rose party. She betrayed us then. She's betraying people now. But she's a good talker. People want to believe good talkers. My friends, do not look what they say. Look what they do. Danielle Smith, former Wild Rose Party leader, was angry the meeting was delayed. She said we should expect a little more professionalism and a little bit more attention to details coming out of the Premier's office. She was angry, she wanted now. 2015, Stephen Harper, Pierre Poilievre, Conservative government signed Canada to Paris Accord. 2015, Stephen Harper commits fossil fuel-rich Canada to end all production and use of carbon-based energy. 2015, Alberta Connection, Alberta Premier, Kenney's Chief of Staff, Jamie Huckabee, worked for Joseph Stiglitz, that worked for President Bill Clinton. We used to have a saying in Poland, if you do not know what the whole thing is all about, it's always about money. 2016, Alberta NDP, Oil Sands Emissions Limit Act, capping carbon emissions on oil sands. 2016, Trudeau's Liberals government announced a federal carbon tax. And the list goes on and on and on, and all of those people are part of this cabal, whatever you want to call it, this selling of us Canadians. 2021, Alberta UCP, the saviors of Alberta, are asking Ottawa to commit $30 billion in spending or tax incentives over the next decade to spur the building of large-scale industrial carbon capture projects. 2011 to 2024, net zero carbon capture. Alberta gives almost $2 billion to that. 2020, World Health Organization. COVID-19 tyrannical pandemic begins. All parties involved. 2020 to 2022, tyranny, pain, devastation inflicted on Albertans and Canadians, millions forced vaccinated, loss of jobs, families, human life, communities, country destroyed. all because of WHO. 2022, an Emergencies Act imposed by Trudeau's Liberal government. 2022, digital ID. Remember when the Premier Danielle Smith said there will be no digital ID, then she went, had a meeting with the federal cabinet minister, comes back with $2 billion, and right now in the province of Alberta, in a health system, there's already digital ID implemented. Look what they do, not what they say. Please, Canada has fallen. Economy is falling down. My background is business, and I'm telling you, the housing market is such a big bubble. The whole thing is crumbling. 2008 will be nothing in comparison to what's coming. Do not spend your money on foolish things. Prepare yourself. Get silver, gold if you can. Do something outside of their system because their system is coming down. Commercial real estate is coming down. When that happens, residential real estate will follow. It will be a disaster only comparable to Great Depression. 2024, Danielle Smith, UCP government amend Public Health Act, falling to remove medical tyranny. Do you know in Alberta, during a declared state of public health emergency, medical officers of health, including the chief medical officer of health, retain final decision-making authority for orders impacting a specific person or persons or a specific public place. You see, they're all the same, traitors to the Canadian people. Todd Wagner said, truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. I'm a pastor. I'm here to tell you the truth. I see the enemy of time standing at my right. I'll finish with this. I don't want you to be in despair. I have filed the biggest lawsuit in the history of Canada. I'm suing Attorney General. I'm going after the Chief of Police. I'm suing the prison. I'm suing Calgary Police, RCMP, you name it, hundreds of people. And I'm not just suing them for monetary compensation. I'm going after them for conspiracy to commit crime. And they got so scared. They committed a crime. I'm not interested in money. If God wants me to have money, He's going to give me money. I'm here for justice. Canadians deserve justice. Canadians deserve to know who did this to them and why was done to them, because they got money. Because you were suffering, they got and enriched themselves. So we're going hard. I already got contacted by the government telling me that this will take forever, 10 years, that they're going to bleed me with money, millions of dollars. And I said, listen, tell your bosses that you're dealing with Artur Pawlowski, and I am more stubborn than all the donkeys combined together. I want justice. I want justice for Canadians. Keep your money, give me justice. And if you can put the picture of the book, I have written a book in prison, and they are so scared already because I am naming every judge, crown prosecutors, politicians. I'm going to tell you in the book. Can you put the book up, please? The slide. I am telling you, the fixers, what Premier said, the phone calls, all the background story of Get Out video, why I said what I said, all the arrests, the conversations, the whole 9 yards. You will be able to see it and hear it, and it scares them so much that I had to hire an American publisher, brave enough, that would be willing to publish this. So what I want you to understand, and I'm ending, I know you're going to tackle me in a second. What I want you to take, there's so much more if you're interested in this corruption within all the levels of government, all the parties. We need a new set of people. We need a new political parties. My dog would do a better job than all of those politicians right now. Because my dog doesn't want to hurt you. My dog wants to love you. Give him a trinket and he's a happy camper. Those people are never satisfied, like beasts that keep stealing, keep eating. We already pay 40, 55% in taxes. This morning I read that in BC, 30% of people from BC want to move outside of BC. We are being hunted down by our own government. But what I want to end with this, look at me. A Polish immigrant with a broken accent, without the political power, without money, standing in front of you, even though the government unleashed every weapon at their disposal, the mainstream propaganda, crooked judges, crooked crown prosecutors, crooked police, and yet I'm still standing in front of you, unmoved, unshakable, unbroken. And I'm telling you, I know how the story ends. We win. The enemy just doesn't know it yet.
Artur Pawlowski. Praise God. Okay, our next speaker is a Canadian journalist, filmmaker, content creator, social and cultural and political commentator. I'd like to welcome to the stage Lauren Southern.
Hello, everyone. I'm feeling we need to start an AA group for people who have been arrested for terrorism, because my goodness, that was very cathartic to listen to. You'll understand when I tell you my story a bit here. But yesterday I did one of the media and technology panels, and afterwards I had a few of you come up to me and shake my hand, and some of you had seen my work before. Lauren, I haven't seen you in so long. It's so great to see you here, and I appreciate you, those of you who have watched my films. And then the other half came up to me and said, my goodness, how have I never heard of you before? And I can tell you exactly why you have never heard of me before, and that's because around 2018, right before COVID popped off, 2019, I was disappeared by the government. And it's a hell of a story. We're going to get into it. But I want to start by talking about the assumptions we have as kids about democracy and law. Because this is all about democracy and law, and I think we all believed that the liberal countries we lived in were always going to have this freedom. I did. I'm the last of the millennial generation, and I always thought, you know, I'm always going to have a right to vote. I'm always going to have freedom of speech. These are kind of a given. I only got into the culture war because I grew up in Surrey, so I was dealing with mass immigration. They had just introduced social justice 12 courses to my high school, and I'll never forget them separating us by gender, by race, by sexuality. And I had a friend of mine, actually, who was put on the oppressed side of the lockers, or privileged side of the lockers, who I knew came from a really horrific family. And they told him, you are an oppressor, you're a privileged individual because you are white and male. And then I had some of the kids on the other side who came from very wealthy Chinese families that were told they were oppressed. None of it quite added up to me. But I didn't get involved in political activism because I thought that liberal democracy was going to disappear overnight or anything. I had a general assumption that this was just the nature of things. We've got these rights. Bad assumption. Anyways, got involved in the culture war, went off. I started working for Rebel Media for a bit and went out into the world. And my first kind of inkling that the world is not all that it seems was when I decided to go and do some reporting in the UK. Now, Vice Media had just published an article saying, Jesus Christ is a transgender man. I don't know if any of you saw those pieces. You probably remember there was kind of this thing, definitely in the early 2000s, where people thought it was very cool, very edgy to create art pieces like Piss Jesus and all these things. Wow, you're criticizing Christianity. Brave. And I kind of figured, do you guys think they would do this about Allah? Do you think Vice would ever criticize Islam in this way? I didn't. I mean, Charlie Hebdo tried that. We all saw what happened there. So I figured I'd do a little bit of a YouTuber social experiment where I was going to hold a pride parade. We all love pride parades, certainly Progressive Canada, Progressive UK. Why not? I decided to hold it in Luton. There's a few people here that know about Luton. Luton is a very, very, very high Muslim demographic population in the UK. So we set up our little stand, and we had these lovely, gorgeous pride flags with signs that said, "Allah is gay." Allah is trans. Allah is love. Allah is all of us, right? I thought it was a nice message. I will never get the image of my producer walking up to women in full niqab and handing them these pride pieces of paper, inviting them to come to our pride march. I am not joking. Within 20 seconds, there was nearly a riot. We were surrounded by people spitting on us, screaming in Arabic, and within a minute, the police trucks had shown up. Now, one would think these brave police would come to help the poor LGBTQ protesters being attacked here, right? No. Instead, I was told that I would be arrested immediately if I didn't take down the stand. Of course, I look at them and I'm like, we are just a gay rights group being attacked here. What's the issue? Didn't care. They said we were inciting hatred by doing it in this area. So personally, I felt we had kind of proved the point, right? Is it really that edgy to criticize Christianity, or are Christians rather peaceful people who aren't going to do anything to you, and so you get to pretend to be fake edgy by doing that while avoiding the actual religions that are operating in oppressive ways? I thought I made my point. I was arrested after that for terrorism. Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act in the UK. They pulled me in, and I was held for 10 hours in a little cell. They gave me a Quran, gave me a Bible to read, some food, and then they brought me into a little room where they have the two-way mirror, very movie-like, 4 cops surrounding me. They put the giant tape recorder in the middle, ask me my name, everything. And, you know, no one prepares you for being arrested for terrorism. And this is where that belief I had as a kid that, you know, generally the Western world, you have rights, you have freedoms, our democracy, our law, they function as they should, started to crack. Because I learned very quickly after being handed a little pamphlet that I did not have a right to remain silent. Did you guys know that there are laws that take away your right to remain silent? I could be charged for not speaking under Schedule 7. So without a lawyer, I was forced to sit down and talk to these people. And we talked for ages and ages, and they got nothing on me. They threatened me to take my phone, all of that. And, you know, I'm like, I'm just a 20-year-old girl making YouTube videos, okay? Don't you have bigger issues to deal with here? I'm pretty sure there's like refugees pouring over your border every second. I don't know what you're doing with me here, but anyways, didn't matter. Eventually, 10, 11 hours later, I got a form saying I had been banned from the UK entirely, not allowed to come back. And I was banned for racism. To this day, I'm trying to work out how holding a pride parade in a Muslim neighborhood has anything to do with race, but I think they just came up with something and were like, we've had enough with her. She's questioning our orthodoxy. That's very problematic. And once again, people don't prepare you for being banned from a country either. Like, what does that look like? How does that work? They walked me to the border wall. I was in Calais, the British part of Calais, and they opened the gate to France, asked me to step out, closed the door, and said au revoir. I was in the middle of nowhere with a suitcase. I had to walk hours to find a McDonald's, sat outside it until it opened and charged my phone and found a way to get out of there. But yeah, that was my first kind of inclination that, maybe the world I thought existed when I was younger isn't quite, maybe there's something up with our governments here. Then I started doing a little bigger projects, journalism, and I went to Turkey. And I was reporting on the mass migration crisis going on into Europe, and I figured I wanted to see, you know, where it was all starting. What were these human traffickers doing? And we knew that going to Turkey was going to be quite contentious. You know, they jail more journalists than they do in North Korea and Turkey, so we were taking SD cards, hiding them in the bra and the socks, and going through. We're just here as tourists. And we got to actually wait on the shorelines of Turkey and follow human traffickers bringing migrants to the boats in the middle of the night while gendarme helicopters went above us with lights, and these olive groves. And when you're like a kid, I know you probably look at me and think I'm a kid, but listen, it was just like 8, 9 years ago and I felt like a kid. And you feel invincible. I felt invincible, especially after that. I'm like, you know, let's keep going. Let's go all the way to the border of Bulgaria. Let's jump in one of these cars with traffickers. Let's document the entire thing. So we went all the way up to Kirklareli, and we split up our team, and we were filming along the border, just getting some shots of the border wall between Bulgaria and Turkey. And we see a little car in the distance, starts driving towards us, and I realize it's a military truck. As it gets closer, we see it's armed military, and we're like, oh, geez, this is going to be a situation. They start yelling at us in Turkish. We get out of the vehicle after we've hidden all of our equipment, and on the ground, you know, at these kind of moments, I kind of disassociate. I'm like, I'm watching a movie right now. This is Midnight Express. This isn't my life. And they're yelling at us in Turkish. It's going to be bad. I remember my Australian, it was an Australian commando. He's looking at me, and he's like, okay, as long as we don't get handed over to the gendarme, we're going to be just fine. It's going to be good, all right? They can't charge us with anything. They take us to a Turkish military base and feed us, do all the papers, all that, and we think we're going to be good. And then 2 hours later, a gendarme truck comes by to pick us up. We get taken to the headquarters in Kirklareli, and this is still, it's a little bit middle of nowhere. You know, you go to the washroom, and it's got a swinging lamp and a hole in the ground, dirt, and they got a giant painting of Ataturk in the room, and everyone's chain smoking. You can hardly breathe. And we get told that we are facing 5 years in Turkish prison. And, you know, once again, it still hasn't fully processed. Okay, 5 years in prison. I don't even know. They're telling us it's for trespassing on military territory, but it's probably because we're journalists, and they want to be able to use us as a political asset. And then we have this moment of salvation where they say, we've got these papers you can fill out to notify your embassy that you are here and under arrest and possibly going to prison. And I think here it is. Here is the liberal democracy, you know, these worldwide programs we have set up to ensure I have rights. I am safe. And I look at this and we're like, hell yeah, we're going to sign these forms to let our embassies know because they're going to save us. Canada's going to save me, right? And our translator looks at us, and right before we're about to sign the forms, he says, don't sign those forms. We're like, why wouldn't we sign the forms? Of course we want them to know. And he says, the Turkish intelligence here have told us that you can sign those forms, but they're definitely going to send you to jail for 5 years if you do, because then you're going to become an international story and an asset, or you can rip them up and say you don't want to notify your embassy, and you may have a chance to not go to jail. So we took our chances, we ripped up the forms, and thank God it worked out. It worked out by just barely, by us having contacts with some of our military guys in government that were able to get us out. But that was another one of those moments where I just, my vision of the world was destabilized. I'm banned from the UK for speech. That doesn't make sense. These international programs that are supposed to protect us, let embassies know things, those aren't real. You can be intimidated out of signing them, all these things in an instant. And my vision of this free world with a structure was slowly, slowly crumbling. Now, I could still pass that off as one-off with the UK, Turkey's Turkey, and continue on with my life. But in 2019, I got married to an Australian and was planning on moving to Australia. And I got a letter from the Australian government saying that I had been added to VACU. VACU is a program for terrorists and criminals who have committed, we're talking murder, rape, that kind of stuff, and I had been added to it for my speech. So I wasn't going to be allowed to go to Australia and see family. There was one stipulation. If I quit politics and swore to never talk about it again, never go on television, shut down my YouTube channel, go silent, they would allow me to enter the country. And you know, there's a moment where everyone's kind of given this bargain, and you think that you can appease them. I just saw that hope. I'm like, are they going to leave me alone If I do this, will they let me go? Will I no longer be on their radar? Will they take me off secondary screening? Will they let me live my life despite just freely stating my opinions? And I decided to shut up. And I know some of you will judge me for that, but you know, when family's on the line, some of us make those decisions. I decided to shut up because I thought maybe I could go and live a normal life. Stepped away from politics. They allowed me in the country, and not long after that, COVID pops off. Australia goes into one of the toughest lockdowns around the world. And I can't say a damn word about it. I can't tell my story. I can't go and speak up the way I used to. I can't fight for my country. I'm trapped in a country that literally is having concentration camps for people that may be COVID infected. And I still had family in Canada that I wanted to go visit, so I'm trying to fly back and forth. And I'm sure any of you who tried flying during that period know they had shut down most of the flight routes between a lot of these countries, except one flight route between LAX and Vancouver for a while. So if I wanted to see my family, I had to take that route. I was able to get through once, and then when I decided to go back to Australia, the American government pulled me in and told me that I was being detained. This was when I had quit. I had given it up. I thought I had appeased the government. And they questioned me for 8 hours, made me miss my flight, and I was banned from the US for my political opinions. So I wasn't able to travel there. I had already given up and appeased the government, I thought. Apparently not. I was able to get back to Canada through Japan after multiple attempts to go through the US, or back to Australia through Japan, and then I was stuck. They took me in the military truck, had to go into the camps for 2 weeks, all that kind of stuff, horrific stuff. And I was stuck in Australia for a year without being able to visit my family in Canada. And I got news that my grandmother was dying, and I know that many of you will have stories like this. And she had maybe a month left to live. And she was a very, very important woman to me, one of the most amazing women I've ever known. And I was desperate to get out of Australia just to see her one last time. I contacted every government outlet I could. I booked flights, and I kept getting rejected and rejected until the government told me in order to go see her, I was going to have to provide a death certificate. I had to prove that she died before they would let me see her. So I had to wait for my grandmother to die. I got her death certificate, was able to give that to the government. They still wouldn't let me leave the country. I was able to get a friend in government because we're living in, this is like Soviet Russia stuff. You got to have connections if you want to get anywhere during COVID. I had a friend in government push through my documents, and I was able to get home for the funeral. But there was one last test. I show up at the airport, and they look at me and they say, okay, you haven't seen your family in a year. You want to go to this funeral? You need to give us every single one of your hard drives, computers, your phone. Give us all the passwords. Let us download everything, and then we'll let you see your family. And, you know, I've never felt so violated in my life, but what was I going to say? I was a broken person. They had broken me at that point. And I was able to get home, and I still have, like many people, I think, a lot of PTSD around everything that happened through COVID, the violation of our rights, all of that. But, you know, there was someone that mentioned post-traumatic growth here. And even listening to Artur's story here, one thing I realized with COVID, as crazy as this is going to sound, it was one of the most cathartic things I experienced in my life. Because I felt like I was losing my mind. I had this version of reality in the world that I had experienced where my government was violating my rights just for my speech. I was banned from countries. I was being pulled in for questioning sessions. And I felt like I was going insane because I'm the only one I knew with this experience. I looked around at my fellow citizens and I'm like, do you understand what our government can do to us? Do you understand you don't actually have free speech? Most people I knew hadn't pushed those boundaries. Most people do okay, I'm going to go to university, I'm going to get a job, I'm going to generally stay within the system. They don't push the boundaries of what we're allowed to do, and it's just assumed that we're allowed to do these things. I can speak freely, of course I can. I'm in a liberal democracy. The law will protect me. Of course it will. That's my right. I went out and I pushed those boundaries and realized, even before COVID, we didn't have those rights. I realized the government had taken those away a long time ago. And then COVID happened, and it was horrific. I had been silenced and shut up through that period. But then I saw all of my fellow citizens waking up and experiencing the same reality I knew. And for the first time ever, I felt like I wasn't insane. And not only that, they were fighting back. They were fighting back in ways that I didn't have the ability to as a 21-year-old girl. And it was, you know, this is gonna once again sound insane, but I think COVID was a blessing. And here's why. There is a thin veneer of civility that we exist under. It is so easily lost. Most of human history, it's been dictatorships, fascism, communism, all that kind of stuff. I mean, when economies collapse, you either go commie or you go fash. So we're in for bad news in the future here. But we had this brief moment where everyone was made aware of how horrific our governments can be, just how few rights we actually have, just how thin that layer of civility is, just how our fellow citizens will treat us when they feel under threat, how easy they'll throw you under the bus, hand you over to the Stasi. People got to see that. And now, briefly, for a moment in time, we have returned to a place where all of us can gather in this room and talk about it. We still have a chance to use this wake-up call where everyone has realized what our governments are and how precious our freedoms are to turn it around. And I think this is going to be the last time we have a chance to turn it around, and this is where it comes all back to forgiveness. We have to forgive the people who acted in this way towards us, our fellow citizens. We have to forgive them so that they can, because I think a lot of them do feel regret. I see it. I see it in the people who hurt their friends and family and saw it was all for nothing, over bullshit. And I see they regret it, but they've got so much pride, they don't want to admit it. And I think that offering and extending that forgiveness, I forgive you, but next time, I won't have a chance to forgive you. Because I think next time the government sees these powers, next time they bring these policies in, next time it's emergency orders, I don't think they're giving any of it back. Because once again, this is not the norm in human history. Liberal, democracy, freedom, having laws that protect us, that is not the norm. And next time, I think it is going to be catastrophic. So it is essential that now we forgive those people, give them a chance to realize what our governments are and turn it around. And you know, yeah, I just want to, once again, just thank all of you tonight for this catharsis, this AA for people who have been arrested as terrorists, this, for the first time in my life, I don't feel insane. For the first time in my life, I feel like, I'll just leave it there. You're all insane with me now. God bless you.
One more time for Lauren Southern. As I was listening to those last couple of speeches, I just had a realization. And this is that across the world, I know a lot of supposed terrorists. I'm friends and acquaintances and have done podcasts with a lot of people who have been arrested under various terrorism acts and hate speech laws. So I don't know what this says about the company that I keep. And they're all really nice people as well. That's the crazy part, right? Okay. So I would like to, the next up we're going to be having two speakers coming up. So I'd like to introduce them both. We have Eva Chipiuk. She is a lawyer and the founder of Empowered Canadians, an organization with the goal of informing Canadians about their legal and political processes and rights. And of course, the honorary Brian Peckford. He is the former Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, And the last surviving, he's also the last surviving signatory of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So those are going to be the next two speakers.
In the northern part of North America to go down the drain because we have people who've gotten hungry for power and have discarded the individual freedoms that you and I own. They are ours. There's none two of us the same. That's why individual rights and freedoms are so important, right? Because it's you as a person. You as an individual, not you as a family, not you as a group, okay? Not you as part of some other organization, not you as part of the province. It's you as an individual Canadian. Possess these rights. That's what's important.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Brian and I just figured out what we were doing 10 seconds before we were getting on, so here we go. I'm going first. I want to impart one piece of information on all of you. If you leave remembering something I said, is if you don't understand the systems governing you, you have already lost. I'm going to repeat it. If you don't understand the systems governing you, you have already lost. I very much enjoy every time I have an opportunity to speak with and hear from the Honorable Brian Peckford because he understands the systems. He's been involved in the systems, the political systems and the legal systems in this country. I have an opportunity as a lawyer to be involved in the legal system. So I had a tad of knowledge. And then it's grown immensely in the last few years, because what I've realized after being incredibly involved with some of the most historic things that have gone on in this country, including the Freedom Convoy, the largest civil disobedience this country has seen and probably will ever see for a long time, being involved in a legal challenge representing the Honorable Brian Peckford at the federal courts about charter rights. The man who was at the table that wrote the charter is going to court challenging the charter. And I had an opportunity to witness that firsthand. And I had my understanding of the legal systems, not so much the political system, again, learning that. But what I've seen after that is that, unfortunately, in Canada, the level of discourse on these topics, I hate to say it, is here, down here. And that goes on our side, whichever is this one side, and the other side. And I'm all about elevating the conversation, because there's a lot of fights going on down here. And guess what? Both of you are wrong sometimes. And I'm watching this, and then I'm challenged here. What about this? What about that? How many times I've heard the charter is just Swiss cheese, and I'm like, have you even read it, people? And so this is where I think that, for me, I'm all about, we need to educate. Because I think we've also been waiting for a hero to come along, for somebody else to solve the problem. We're looking for solutions, and I'm looking at all of you. You're the solution. So elevating the conversation is, I think, where we have to go. I've heard a lot about the system. I've heard a lot about them. Both those entities are made up of people. Until we have more AI, then we'll see what happens. But for now, it's made out of people, your people. So there's so much opportunity for me. And I'm just going to add one more thing, and then I'm going to turn it over to my kind co-guest, is I really believe everything happens for a reason. I don't think a lot of us would be this involved if this didn't happen. I think let's use this as an opportunity. I think people like Brian Peckford saw this coming because he has been so involved, because he had the knowledge to see it. He saw the problems. But we've been quietly, eyes closed, going along, and I think that is on us. So I turn it to you, and I will always turn it to you, because I think the solution, the power is with the people. With that,
okay. Straight away here. Okay, good. Thank you, Ava, for that. I wanted you to explain that a little bit, because it doesn't always have to come from someone like me. It should come from other people who now are involved in the system. The first thing I had to say is to say thank you to my wife, who's been with me through all this. And it's really funny, right in front of me here is Tamara, who I met in Ottawa, part of the convoy and stuff, and her board, and her husband, and her group, and Chris right behind her. And right next to Tamara is John Carpay, whose organization it was, that came forward to assist me in being able to launch the lawsuit that's still ongoing. And without people like Constitutional Center, I would not have been able to do it. And right next to John is Chris Scott, who was one of the heroes out there in rural Canada who stood up, like Arthur and Lauren and others, to what has been happening in this country, and who's a great model for anybody to follow. So they're up here right in front of me. ever finish with the people. Because our times are limited and there's so many wonderful speakers, the speech that I prepared would take much longer than the time that I have. But I have just put it on my blog because I think it's one of the best ones I've ever written. Which tries to encapsulate all of it. And so therefore, when you get a chance, and if you're on the computer, go to peckford42.wordpress.com and read the full speech. I'm going to go on for the next 10 or 15 minutes and stop, and hopefully it'll give you a flavor for what the whole speech is about. And I'll try to summarize it the best I can here. So I entitled it, We the People. The people of the US and Canada have got to save our democracy. That's the title of it. It comes back to the people. The people. And there's the lady I met last night, just 4 or 5 rows back. I see her now. I told her I might reference her in my speech. I got to speak to her at the table. Just happened to sit down having dinner last night here in the facility. She told me about her story and about Hungary, coming from Hungary. And I was telling her how Carol and I had visited Hungary. And we were going to stay there 3 or 4 days, and I ended up 3 weeks there, going all over Hungary. And she's one of those people like Arthur who gets it because they have seen when freedom and liberty is eroded or is not there. How pleased she was to come to Canada and then suddenly to see what has happened. One of the friends we first met in Parksville on the freedom movement was a lady from Romania. Same kind of thing, right? So it comes back down, as the U.S. Constitution talks about, we the people. Now, I want to say to you, I'm a historian, I always loved history. Loved history. English literature and history, besides later political science, are my great things that I love. And I want a lot of Canadians to know, because they don't know, like Eva said about the Constitution. Many Canadians were fighting before Confederation. And in the United States, the same way. The first representative assembly was in Virginia in 1619. 1619. Nova Scotia had its first representative assembly in 1758. 1758. There were people, reformers, attempting to get representative democracy long before the United States existed, long before Canada existed. And by the way, in Canada's case, because the two countries took different forms of democracy, you have to understand, that's why they had a Bill of Rights in 1791 and we didn't until 1982, because we took two different forms of democracy. And I'll get into that in a little bit. But even before 1867, not only did the colonies in British North America, in what later became Canada, like Upper and Lower Canada, Ontario and Quebec, Nova Scotia, PEI, New Brunswick, PEI, and Newfoundland, they all had responsible governments before Confederation. What do I mean by responsible? This is different than the United States, where all of the cabinet had to be representatives in the legislature. They had to sit in the parliament. You couldn't be a minister on the executive side of government without being elected. And that was true in Newfoundland. That was true in Nova Scotia. That was true in New Brunswick, PEI. And Quebec and Ontario, the colonies that weren't then existent under the British Crown, they had representative and responsible government before Confederation. So when we talk about trying to save our democracy now, don't forget those people. We have ancestors who were fighting for freedom and representative and responsible government before our countries even existed. And we owe it to them if to nobody else. That's what we don't learn in schools anymore. That's what Canadians don't know. How important is that? So history is extremely important, and recognizing from whence we came, and there were others before us who had the same kind of ideas that we're now trying to protect today. And so as we move forward, make sure we keep that in mind, that that's really part of us in fighting for this. I never ever thought in my wildest dreams that I'd be sitting on this stage in 2024, you know, looking forward to my 82nd birthday in August, having to fight for... So, I always come back to that because in reading history, it always strikes me then. I wake up almost every day now. I was lucky enough to have an education when you learn something in school and you learn something in university. And I was very early introduced to Plato and Socrates and Aristotle, and how the great leader Alexander, you know, had one of his teachers, Aristotle. Right? And used to carry his library around with him on his conquests. Imagine 400 BC carrying around a library. We don't think that's possible because nothing happened before Apple. Right? Amazing. So almost every week now, I go back to Plato and to the Apology and read Socrates' defense in front of several hundred people who were his jury and who had already more or less decided he was gone. Because he was what? Like Lauren and Arthur, a danger to the establishment. He was just one person traveling around the little city-state of Athens, teaching children how to think, to ask the important and difficult questions. And he became a danger. And so the authorities had to manufacture things against him to bring him down. But he didn't allow them to kill him. He committed suicide right after his defense. But if you go in on the Apology into Plato's works and go into Apology, you can read his defense as recorded by Plato and as interpreted by scholars since. And so we're back to 391 BC. And then my education tells me about Cicero, a different character altogether. Cicero was, because he was part of the establishment. Cicero was part of the establishment and tried to change it from within. And he was 118 to 43 BC. Cicero was a fantastic person trying to do something right. Now, I want to tell you about, there's a British author, his name is Anthony Trollope. Some of you who know a little bit about English fiction in the 19th century, in the 1800s, and if you had a good English course somewhere, or a good English class, you might know about Anthony Trollope. And he wrote a lot of novels about rural England. And it's almost made fun of a lot of the behaviors and attitudes of certain people in places of authority and so on. He became a very, very popular, still is today in some quarters, novelist. But near the end of his life, he wasn't happy with all of his multitude of books, scores of books. And he started to read more widely, and then he started to read about Cicero in ancient Rome. And the fact that the stuff that was being written about him wasn't really what he could find in the original sources. And so he sat down and wrote a 2-volume book on the life of Cicero. I think you can pick it up for $2 or something now on Amazon, on Kindle. A 2-volume, The Life of Cicero. And here was a man who was trying to keep the Senate as part of the governance system so that the people had some representation in a very authoritarian society. Right? And he was trying to do it from within. It's a wonder he wasn't killed many, many times. But you know why? Very often. Because he came from a very wealthy family. And that saved him, but it also helped us, by, strangely enough, ironically enough, to now admire somebody who worked so hard. As a matter of fact, he went as governor to Sicily. What a story. He went as governor to Sicily back in those days, appointed by the government of Rome, by the dictators of Rome. And he found that the previous governor had raped the people, almost completely, left them impoverished. They taxed them and did everything that was possible, and Sicily was a destitute jurisdiction. Some of you might know of Cicero defending people before the Senate. He was an unbelievable lawyer, He, by the way, traveled very widely. He went to Alexandria when there was still in Alexandria, one of the great places in the world, and one of the great libraries of the world were still existent, right, in Alexandria. So he traveled widely and learned from the Greeks and so on. But you know what? You know what he did? After he finished and reestablished some sense of fairness in the jurisdiction of Sicily, he went back to Rome and took the former governor to court and succeeded in getting some of the monies back to the people of Sicily. That's what Cicero did. 1644, Areopagitica, John Milton, stood before the United Kingdom Parliament to defend free speech and free press. If you get a chance and you've now finished Trollope, you can get into the Areopagitica and read again of individuals defending and advancing liberty and free speech. One of the saddest things, I think, and then you can get into the Federalist Papers and a whole bunch of things. You can get into Montesquieu, you can get into a lot. I just point those three out primarily because how long ago it was. And we might be able to communicate pretty fast on computer, and we might be able to go on your SpaceX or whatever. But fundamentally, as human beings, outside of that technical side, we haven't advanced very far. Where is there a Aristotle or a Plato or Socrates today? There's no person since their time that even comes up to their shoulders. That's a telling statement, isn't it? Now, there's something very subtle going on, too. Pawlowski's and Southern's stories are very blatant, open, and sort of physical. It happened. What is going on simultaneously with that, Eva, is more subtle and more treacherous and more evil. On this island of Vancouver Island, there's very few public institutions will rent space for me to speak. All through this period, the freedom groups ended up renting places like Pawlowski's church. All the fundamental evangelical Christian organizations from Black Creek to Alberni to Victoria, as is where I had to speak, still to this day. The Times columnist right here in this city wrote a big article. It was sort of an editorial 3 months ago, glorifying vaccines. I wrote a reply. But tragically, they haven't had the guts to publish it and even acknowledge it. Before COVID, I would write them, and they'd get back to me right away and say, can we shorten this paragraph a little bit, but we don't want to lose the meaning, and publish just the whole thing verbatim. After COVID, see you around, Joe. And that's happening through all of that's happening in CBC. As Eva said, perhaps I'm not supposed to be alive. Perhaps I'm not supposed to be alive. I was on the board of CBC for 5 years. Exactly. I turned it down 2 or 3 times. They were looking for somebody from Eastern Canada, and I was finished politics. I was out working, Carol and I, in our own little consulting company. And I agreed. And now I'm glad I did, because as Eva said, I've seen the inside. And I've seen the inside of our public broadcaster, too, as well as the political parties of this nation. Okay. And I don't like what I saw. I was there when a lady from Quebec, a chartered accountant, became the chair of the board. And that's the only reason why I stayed. I think and because I stayed, that's the only reason why I think she stayed for that period. She was really, really good. And we did a lot to try to reform the place. And I was actually chairman of the Human Resource Committee. And interviewed the president. It was never done before. It was always just the government, whoever the government wanted. But there were plants then on the board from the Prime Minister's office. I suspect there still is today. There still is today. The company that operates most of the local newspapers on Vancouver Island and in rural parts of British Columbia and Alberta, whose headquarters I think are not too far from here, I think out on the Sandwich Peninsula. You all know who I'm talking about. Halfway through COVID, I want to give you how subtle this all is. We know the Arthur Pawlowskis, and we now know the Lawrence Sullums and the stuff that's happening, because courts and police are involved, arrests are involved, right? Rights taken away. But there's a more subtle, more treacherous one that's going on. Halfway through COVID, I was reading one of this paper in my area, and the president of the company was asking for money, because now with COVID, all the wonderful community work they were doing and so on, they're having trouble now staying in business. And so it would be very helpful if the people who appreciate the civic mindedness of this paper and of this company could see something back from the people who are reading it and subscribers. And this would help them a lot. I got hold of the publisher in my area, and of course, he couldn't say anything. So I said to him, look, I just saw a letter from your president. I'm wondering whether you could send me a copy of their financial statements. Because Carol and I are contributing to a lot of causes during this period, and, that was a fabulous letter. And we'd like to be able to contribute, do our part. So if we knew, it'd be nice to know just exactly how bad off you really are. And then so I was referred to the president himself. I wrote the president. They had no intention of disclosing their financial statements. I got hold of the owner, whose name is the name of the press, right? And in writing, and asked them, would not release their financial statements. Only a few weeks later, several $100,000 they got from the federal government as part of the COVID stuff, as did a lot of the other companies in all throughout Canada, from the National Post down or from whatever up, right? Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. This is the subtle thing that's going on, right? I don't know how many people contributed throughout the various jurisdictions where those newspapers are, but that's the truth. As Arthur would say, the truth will set you free. That's the truth. So this is what's going on in our country. 2 weeks ago, the city or town of Powell River, some of you might know where it is on the Sunshine Coast, the last place up, well, London's next, but large community, is Powell River. Very famous in the sense of, had a great mill there, a lot of great workers. Powell River is a wonderful spot. Some wonderful people live in Powell River today, and a lot of people who no longer live there who we know of, wonderful people. And I spoke there. Matter of fact, Powell River was the only place 2 years ago where the Freedom Group could rent a space from the council for me to speak. Of all the places, this was the only place. So the Freedom Group had a real, good influence there, and the council were enlightened enough to allow this thing to go ahead, which it didn't. I guess almost as many people, likely in the room as we got here right now. A big turnout in Powell River. But things haven't gone altogether on the up and up, as you would think, from me being there and having that meeting, and everything else that's happened. Powell River decided, the council and the library board, that they did some research. And this name, Powell, is the name of a man who was involved with the federal government years ago. And he may have had something to do with residential schools. Don't know for sure. But anyway, he was of that period, and he was with the government at that time. And our community's called after him. And this is a disaster and got to be changed. So a group got together who wanted to see the name change. This is all in the last month, last couple of weeks. So a group got together and rented space in the library. The library had a couple of extra rooms that they could rent out to citizens for meetings and stuff and pay your rent, to forcibly argue to have the name changed. A lot of people in the freedom movement that I know there who said, well, just 1 second now, we need to really investigate this. How true is all of this? And how much did this man have to do with that? And whether, and in fact, what relevant is it today anyway, right? How relevant is it today anyway? So after the meeting was over of the pros wanting to change, the Freedom Group got hold of the library board, and the council said, okay, we'd like to rent that same space next week to provide an alternate view and to try to get down and get more information on this, and this shouldn't be done in a hurry. They were refused. The others were accepted, rented the space, gave their point of view. The other side wasn't. They were smart enough to get hold of John Carpay and his group, and they sent a letter to the board and to the council telling them that you were violating the what? Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And guess what? They backed down. But that happened in the last month. So if things are changing, there may be more people coming on side. But there's still a real problem. And it gets real subtle, and it gets right down into the sinews of the municipality, in case it gets down that level. When I ride my bike every day on the beach in Parksville, I make it a point of stopping and talking to people. So I'm talking to people, retired people. I'm talking to people who are visiting there as tourists. I'm talking to people who just moved there. I'm talking to people who lived all their lives there. And I'm talking to ordinary people. So after a few months, and maybe that's now a few years when I'm not doing this, I've got a pretty good sample. of one area of Canada, I got to tell you, there's an awful lot of work to be done. Now, everybody keeps saying, Eva, and this is why you've got to go in and read my speech, what can I do? Now, here's what you can do. Now, first of all, the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which came in 1982, with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, part of it. Remember now, it wasn't just a charter in 1982, wasn't just a charter. Charter was initially an important, but not a decisive part of it, having come out of common law so under sun. A lot of people in Canada contact me every day and say, we should go back to common law. We got to get rid of this Charter of Rights and Freedoms, for example. So, right? So it wasn't all that. We had to get the Constitution home to Canada so we could change it here in Canada. Everybody, we're colonial still. We're colonial still. Britain is running the show. Right? Well, we stopped Britain from running the show in 1982. People still don't get it. Please understand that. Please understand that we are now totally masters of our own house, if we want to be. Now, given the way, and that, so we patriate the Constitution, which means now we can change it, and there's an amending formula. But at this time, given the divisive nature of our country, in order to amend our Constitution, which we now can do on our own, it will be very, very difficult, given the nature of what we've come through, okay, in the provinces. And the leaderless nature of our provinces as well as the federal government. There's no more Peter Lougheeds around. There's no more Bill Bennetts around. There are no more Alan Blakeneys around. There are no more Angus MacLeans, a great farmer out of PEI who was premier when I was there. They're not there anymore. They're not willing to stand up for the nation. There's no national stuff at the present moment. And the prime ministers, as Arthur has so eloquently articulated, right, have been capitulated and are not doing what they should be doing. But there's a lot of things we can do now without changing the Constitution, which will make it easier to change it later. Okay? I mentioned this 2 years ago. I've sent it to all the leaders. Nobody will do a darn thing about it. So I'm a pretty sad guy today, because my first one, outside of holding people accountable for what's happened through COVID, my second one was this. We got our political parties. Now, when everybody talked in the last day or 2 days and talked about, the Institute of Health or FDA or NIH or here in Canada, right, the Public Health Officer of Canada, Public Health Officer of the provinces and all of that, and all the other things that are going on, it all was created by parliaments. It all comes out of politics. And if you hate politics, I'm sorry, but that's the only way we're going to change it, is if we reform the politics. Okay? You've got to reform the politics first. You got to, and if you're a member of any political party now, you got to go to them tomorrow. I won't say tonight. And say to them, I want to see a copy of your financial statements, audited financial statements of your party, Liberal Party of Canada, Conservative Party of Canada, NDP Party of Canada, Green Party, all the parties that are in the House, and do the same thing for Victoria, and do the same thing for St. John's, and the same thing for Charlottetown, and all the provinces. Because if we don't know how they manage their parties, why in the hell are we even involved with them in managing our governments? Please answer me that question. And guess what? None of them will do it. Can you believe that? Today, they won't do it. You go in on the websites in the next day or two to all these parties and see if you can find their financial statements, let alone their audited financial statements. When I was in consulting, the first thing I do when people, small business would come by, because it was mostly small business I was dealing with, come by and ask me questions. First time I say, let me see your financial statements. Oh, well, we're bookkeepers getting them done up or whatever, And I say, well, when you're ready, go get your financial statements done, get them audited, and then you can come back and talk to me. We'll see what we can do. See what we can do. So We are very guilty. Every Canadian is very guilty because we have allowed our political parties to exist in a situation where they could take money and spend money, and you haven't got a clue where it's going. Remember, one of the key people who will be a part of the new government if the polls hold in Ottawa will be Andrew Scheer. Who is Andrew Scheer? Andrew Scheer was leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and lost his position. Pourquoi? Why did he lose his position? Because he took money from the party to help put his children in private school. You remember that? Let's not collectively forget. Let's collectively remember. He's going to be one of the key people. He's the head of the House, the Conservatives in the House. He's one of Poilievre's key people. That can't be. We can't. That's wrong. That's not right. 2. So the first thing you can do, get involved in a political party. Either a new one, quite likely a new one, as Arthur talks. It's highly likely we're gone so far that it's not going to be possible to do it through the existing parties. We're going to have to start from scratch. We the people. That's what I talk about in my speech. I'll just say the second one. I got another 8 or 10 to go, and you'll read my speech and find out the rest. But the first 2, right, they bring integrity and honesty back to our governance system, as long as this is the type of governance system we're going to have, unless we want to bring in a benevolent dictator or we want to bring in some other form of democratic governance. I don't know what it would look like, but as long as we have the system we have, then we should try to make it work as well as it can, right? So the second thing is, the Prime Minister of this nation has broken the conflict of interest law 5 times, and he's still Prime Minister. Why? Because there's a loophole in the conflict of interest legislation, which I've asked Poilievre and NDP leader and the Bloc leader and the Green leader to bring in, stand up in the House of Commons tomorrow and say, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, on behalf of the NDP Party of Canada, or whatever, on behalf of my caucus or whatever, right, I'm proposing an amendment to the conflict of interest law, whereby any MP who breaks the conflict of interest legislation presently on the books cannot serve in the Parliament of Canada. Is that revolutionary or what? I mean, that's what's happening to this day. So we have people who have broken the law serving as our Prime Minister. And I proposed this to Poilievre before their last convention. I was a member of the Conservative Party of Canada, or PC, and then Conservative Party of Canada for 40 years. We contributed to the party. Carol and I contributed to the party up till a few years ago. And campaign for them. I mean campaign. Get out and actually knock on doors. So I proposed it to them. When they had their convention, some of you, I don't know, might be conservative, might have been at that convention, but in any case, some riding association somewhere in Canada, I forget it off the top of my head, I could look it up and find out, I don't know if it was because of something I had said, or they had read about it, or heard about it through me, or whatever, because hardly anybody else is advocating what I just advocated those 2 things. I hadn't seen it anywhere in the news, either alternate news or mainstream news, what I just said. They said, you know, we need to do something about the business of our financial statements and stuff, and the business of the MPs, all right? Anyway, the Conservatives brought in an amendment. You can break the law 3 times, and then we're going to do something about it. Yeah, I had that on my blog, by the way. I had that on my blog when it happened. And the other thing is, though, and I'll stop, Eva.
I'd like to say a couple more things.
Yes, exactly. But the other thing was that right after the convention was over, Mr. Poilievre comes out under questioning the next day and saying, I'm not bound by any of those resolutions at the convention.
Petford for Prime Minister!
Merci beaucoup.
I'm still. I'm gonna say something. I'm just gonna say something. I'm gonna say one more. He'll tell people after, I guess. I'm sure you could find him. He's very approachable. And I won't be long. And I think that was an excellent ending to Peckford for PM. He said some wonderful things here today, and everyone cheered. But I'm putting it back to you. You have to do something about it. One man can't change the world. One lady can't change the world. We're looking for heroes, and I see this all the time. We go from the largest civil disobedience in this country to civil nothing. There was an election in Ontario 2-3 months after the convoy, which had the lowest voter turnout in Ontario that they had seen. Alberta's had an election, bad turnout. BC is coming to an election. We're in BC right now. If you're not involved in a constituency association, you're already lost. You're not part of the system. You're coming here for Mr. Peckford to find you solutions when the solutions are there for you. The systems are there for you. You have to get involved. Something like MAD is I'm going as quick as I can here. MAD is an example I give all the time. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. It's about having an issue, getting organized, being strategic about it. You've heard a couple of Mr. Peckford's ideas today. Take one. Organize yourselves. And we've heard how many times the Prime Minister has broken the law. I'll tell you when he perjured himself, is when I asked him, when have you become so afraid of your citizens? And he said he's not. He is. But you're not organized yet. He is so scared that you're going to get organized. He was scared of the people that came together in Ottawa. And you have the power. It's there. Just let's get organized. Let's get strategic. Let's get educated and involved. That's what I say all the time. That's it. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Mic check. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be, it's not break time just yet. We've got one more speaker, and then we'll have the quick break before the panel. So please, welcome to the stage, lawyer Umar Sheikh.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I just click the button and we're good to go. Okay. There you go. I think this is working. Man, you guys make this tough. You had Arthur on and Lauren on talking about being charged under the Terrorism Act, and my name is Omar Sheikh, and that scares the hell out of me. No, it's true. It's, because it's interesting. Because and this actually happened, and I'm not going to belabor this, but the first time the World Trade Center was bombed back in 1990-something, the guy's name was Sheikh Omar that they arrested. And I was young, but I was like, oh, that's not good. And then in 2001, one of the bombers was named Omar Sheikh. And I remember having to cross the border during those times, and oh my God, not a good time. So, Arthur, no photos together, but I do, let's keep it clean, man. I'm one step away. Just, let's do that.
Okay, so yesterday I had the pleasure of talking to most of you and speaking about our cases. Today I'm going to be going through some very specific acts that I think are very important for us to all understand. We have to know kind of what's coming down the pipe in the next little while. One of the most significant things that the Canadian government has done, and this is a uniparty platform, so it's not really being contested by the Conservatives, certainly not the NDP. And it's proposed by the Liberals, and it's currently in process of being passed. It's called the Online Harms Act. This is a very dangerous piece of legislation, right? So remember, freedom of speech is probably the most important right that you can have in any free democracy. Freedom of speech is so important that I always say that even if I detest what you're saying or don't agree with it, I'll still stand and fight for your right to say it. That is the basis for our democracy, and that is exactly what the government is now coming after. We're institutionalizing norms based on not a totalitarian government saying we're going to do this, but this comes from the citizenry, a citizenry that's in fear, that's been told to be afraid of each other, that is fighting for the government to pass these reforms and limit their own speech. Let's just look outside. Yesterday we had all of these protesters. I think today we had one. But yesterday we had a number of protesters. These are people who traditionally wanted freedom of speech to advance their cause. They wanted the right to protest, the right to assemble. And now they're coming after somebody else's right to freedom of speech. And if they were successful, they don't think through what are the impacts on them when it's their turn to try and have that speech. And that's where this vigilance is ever required. So I'm going to try and see if this works. So there's a lot to go over with the Online Harms Act. I'm going to focus on a few things that I think are just extremely troubling, and then I'll be talking to you about some solutions. So the first thing we're doing, and this is happening everywhere. This is happening in the UK. There's an internet bill being passed in the States. Canada is a unique testing ground for this type of legislation. If they get it through Canada, there seems to be a lot more appetite to roll it out across the world, which is what they want to do. The internet has become a dangerous place for free ideas and free speech. Yes, it causes some division at times, and there's a lot of anger online. But at the end of the day, at least opinions can be expressed freely, and you can feel free to agree or disagree with them. Well, now, what we're moving to, as soon as this act passes, is a basis where the government controls the internet service providers and those who provide the platforms for speech. One of the things that the government can now do is appoint essentially an autocratic body, which is the Office of the Ombudsman and the Superintendent of the Digital Office. These are government appointees who will determine what is hate speech, right? Now remember, in traditional constitutional law, whether you're in the States or you're in Canada, there's very few limitations on free speech. One is inciting violence, right? And inciting violence, it doesn't mean if you're standing in a field and you say, go and kill a bunch of people. That's not inciting violence. If you're in a city center and there's a lot of actionable people around, then maybe that's inciting violence, but it's a very narrow exception. So now we're adding hate speech to that, and we're not adding any definitions of what that hate speech is. So we're going to appoint this ombudsperson. We're going to create this digital office, and now we're going to have, or the government will have, broad search powers over your electronic data through the internet service providers, absent a warrant, right? In the past, of course, you'd have to go to court, show probable cause, get a warrant, and be able to access your data. So this applies to people who post anonymously, or perhaps they use pseudonyms to post online. They're now going to be able to track back through your internet service provider and see who that is, right? So that's a very dangerous power for a government to have. They're going to be having massive amounts of audits and penalties for these companies who don't comply with them. And so very quickly, if they haven't already, you'll see the Facebooks, the X's, and others start to come in line with this. One of the most dangerous powers that exists within this law, something that boggles the mind as a lawyer, is that courts can now impose a peace bond. So this is a proactive order, right? So if anybody has ever seen Minority Report, that Tom Cruise movie where they go out and they predict crime, these precogs, and then you get arrested for a crime you didn't yet commit. That's what this is. This is precog monitoring of free speech. And so you can run to court as this ombudsperson, and you can say, I think that individual is going to post something or do something that's hate speech. And the court can actually issue an order before you've done it to censor that speech. So this is a very, very significant step that's taking place. And of course, with this comes the amendment of the criminal code, which is quite significant, and so you will face criminal penalties. The internet companies will face criminal penalties. And yet, you don't hear, even within the traditional conservative media or conservative parties, the media, you hear some about it, but there's not a heck of a lot of opposition. And the reason is, they frame this in a very different way. This is all framed at protecting children, right? So the frame of the Online Harms Act, the majority of the language within the act or the proposed act is around pedophilia, child sexual abuse, child bullying. And of course, these are universal truths that everyone can agree with and say, well, we don't want that, right? And then in there's one line, which I've highlighted for you, right? So we've got the sexually victimizing a child that induces a child to harm themselves. Yeah, so far so good. And then we've got this, content that foments hatred. What the hell is that? Right? How do you foment hatred? And it's not defined as what hatred is. So does that mean that it's a Twitter like? Is that fomenting hatred? Is it a post? Could that also foment hatred? Is it telling people to go to Chris Barber's protest, which I'm sure he's going to hold many more? Is that fomenting hatred? Right? And as you post these things and do these things online, you can now be criminally charged and penalized, right? So we no longer have to come up with these wild notions of what the existing law means to be able to charge Tamara or charge Chris with ridiculous crimes around inciting mischief. We no longer have to do that, right? Now we can just say, well, look, you fomented hatred. And I, as the government, the autocrat in the Ombudsman's office and the Digital Safety Office, I decided what hatred was, right? That's hatred today. And I want to give you an example of this, and none of this is meant to be controversial, but take it as you will. There's currently a lot of discourse around this chant that's going on in these protests out there, right? And that chant is something called the river to the sea. It's a chant that people are using. And again, I'm not making any comments of whether I agree or disagree. I'm just saying that's a chant. So, okay, now prior to 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, was that statement a hate crime? I had never even heard of that statement prior to a year ago, and I suspect many people had, right? But now we're going to amend the legislation, or this person's going to come up as the ombudsman and say, well, that is anti-Semitic. And maybe it is. I don't have a commentary on what it is. The point is we're adding language that we just previously didn't even know or understand. And so this is a very slippery slope, right? And it doesn't happen in the vacuum of government control. It happens with the help and the assistance of a divided citizenry, right? So I want to just give you a few examples while I have a few moments with you, right? So all of this has happened before, and all of this will happen again, right? If you look past in history at the rise and falls of democracy, the rise and falls of civilizations and governments, you have this exact cyclical cycle taking place, right? And a lot of it is, how do I divide a citizenry? Because if the citizenry is united, even if they don't agree with each other, they're united in participating in that democracy that Mr. Peckford and Eva were just talking about, it's very difficult for any kind of representative government to do anything. But you see, they've been using, at least for the last 4 years, very effectively, they've been instituting this culture of fear, right? Now, fear is that tool that helps those totalitarian governments rise. And I'm not just talking about a domestic government, right? There's a ruling class behind a lot of this stuff. And a lot of that is because a ruling class needs subjects. You have to have subjugation. And in order to do that, these people can't have those rights to speak up. And so we looked at COVID as an example, right? You were either pro-lockdown, you were anti-lockdown, right? And The two sides were on opposite ends of the street, and now it's time to fight. And so you're bickering and fighting at each other. And then we said, okay, well, COVID's done, and now it's the vaccines. You're pro-vax or you're an anti-vaxxer. And you're on opposite sides of that, and those anti-vaxxers are dirty, and you guys say, well, those other people are stupid, right? And then the citizenry is once again engaged in this distracted discourse of fighting each other, right? And then we went into the wars, right? You're either pro-Ukraine or maybe you're pro-Russia. Now there's the two sides. It's time to fight. It's like a Mortal Kombat game, right? You put your hand down and say, okay, fight now. Take your position. And then we went to Palestine and Israel. And it was the exact same thing. You have to pick a side and fight. And part of that is that the easiest thing to do for anybody who wants to gain control over you, and biblically they call this the enemy, but anybody who wants to control you, the easiest thing to do is put hate in your heart. That's the absolute easiest emotion to manipulate. It's so difficult even to self-reflect and say, you know, how do I get rid of that hate? But they know how to use that. And so you create this hatred, right? Yesterday I was seeing a protest. There's people angry at the protesters. Well, protesters are angry at the people. The government's passing the bloody Online Harms Act. Nobody's talking about it, right? That's the design that's instituted, right? Now, I'll tell you a story of how I combat this in my own house, because it comes up so much when you're trying to raise your children. You know, my son really hates it when I talk about him on stage or at any kind of event. But this is why I do it, because I know he's going to be irritated by it. But, you know, so my son is in grade 8 now, and he's in school, and so every year this school does a grade 8 fundraiser, right? So the kids get together and pick a charity, and then they fundraise towards it. It's dumb things like balloons and Costco cookies that parents pretend they baked, which you didn't bake it. You didn't bake it. I know you didn't bake it. You went to Costco. We all did, right? But so they do that. And so this year, the kids in that class voted, and they said, well, we want to donate money to children in Palestine, right? So fair enough, right? Agree or disagree, this is what the kids wanted to do. And then there was a Jewish family in that school who said, who was upset by this, and that's okay too, and they said, hey, you know, we don't want to participate in this, and the school came up with a great idea. They said, well, let's do 2 fundraisers, right? We'll do this fundraiser, and people want to donate to that, that's fine, and we'll do an Israel fundraiser, and if you want to donate to that, that's fine. So you would think that this is a good thing to do. But already, my son and his friends are starting to think that this is some sort of competition. So he comes home and he says to me, he says, Dad, we're going to raise more money, we're going to win. And I'm stunned. And I sit down, I said, what do you think you're going to win? Right? And then I told my kid, I said, here's what I want you to do. I said, I want you to take half the money that you raise, and I want you to walk over to the Israel stand and give it to that little girl for her cause that she's raising. Right? And you know, kids, they don't really understand. He goes, why would I do that? And I said, because if you stand on opposite sides of the street and yell at each other, you'll never come together. You'll never understand each other. You'll never develop the compassion, but you will work into this agenda, this global agenda that wants to breed hate in your heart for other people. And that's not what we want to do, and that's certainly not what we're about as a family, and it's not what we should be about as a country. All too often on Twitter and Facebooks or whatever these social media platforms are, people are angry, right? I mean, these hate. Great. They're passing the Online Harms Act, right? I mean, nobody's angry about that. You barely hear about these things. And so British Columbia is the left of the left, right? So, well, no, it really is. It's a very interesting place to try and be a conservative. Although I might agree we might need a new political party. But so British Columbia, you know, so now I want to show you this theme of what's going on in the world right now, and this is going to roll out everywhere. So now you've seen, okay, so the government is appointing these autocrats, these ombudsmen, these people, they're criminalizing speech, They're not defining what that speech is. Warrants are being thrown out the window, and people are going to be thrown in jail for sure, right? This is going to happen. There's going to be test cases, and we're certainly ready to take those cases when they come. So let's see if you notice a pattern, right? So then they say, okay, well, how do we deal with these healthcare workers, right? The healthcare workers that dissented, the optometrists, the chiropractors, the massage therapists, the nurses, the doctors. How do we deal with these guys? Well, they passed another piece of legislation. It's called Bill C-36. It's the New Health Professions Act. And what this says is we no longer need a public health emergency. We don't need a public health order. We can now take over the regulation of your profession, right? So it's no longer regulated by those groups. That was the traditional way to do it. They voted their own people up. We now take over that regulation, and by the way, if we say you need the vaccine through that, you must take it or you will lose your license, right? You don't need a public health order anymore. Bonnie Henry or any public health officer will never have to be sued anymore. We just are going to take over your colleges. We're going to take over the independents, and here's the thematic part. We're going to appoint a superintendent, appointed by the government, who will control who goes on your board, who will control what those rules are, and who will control what you have to comply with. And so we've already passed this, right? The New Health Professions Act has already been passed and is readily being implemented, right? So that's another piece, and you go, okay, so they're doing the online thing, they're now going after professionals, and I figured we were okay thus far. And then they started looking at, well, how do we deal with these lawyers? And so they started to pass Bill 21. And so this is now taking over the legal professionals colleges or our law societies, putting government control over that, which will dictate the type of work we can do. There is no way it will not. I mean, you have to strip the ability to have proper advocacy away from people. Now, to the credit of the BC Law Society, we are challenging that as a group of lawyers. But we don't yet know if it's going to be successful in any way. But that's the next frontier, right? So it's hate each other, eliminate compassion from your hearts, and demonize the other. Then advocate for the suppression of free speech so that you feel safe. It's all in the name of safety, right? You will feel better. Your brittle ears will not have to hear the vile language that whoever else is presenting out there. And you'll sign up for that. Not people in this room, I'm sure, but people at the large majority will sign up for that. And that's how the government will eventually take up the last mantle that we have left, which is free speech in this country. And so we have to stay vigilant, but we have to mount proper legal challenges to these things. And people just don't understand. I mean, there's all of this fatigue because of COVID, the litigations, and there's disillusion in the courts, but that's the only system we have. That's the only place we can go, whether we believe that they're corrupt or not corrupt. It doesn't matter. But we have to get together to be able to do it. All too often, what we see in my business is a lot of people that are angry with these laws, but are unwilling to put their name out there. They're unwilling to fund these litigations. We go up against opponents every day with unlimited money, with unlimited resources, and we stand relatively alone to try and fight that battle, right? And if you take any message away from engagement out of this talk, it's to come together around these issues, get that litigation going, and fight back, and stand for everyone's right to free speech, whether you agree with it or not. Thank you very much.
That was brilliant. So before the break, I just have a few announcements that I would like to make. Once again, I would like to give a shout out to the amazing sponsors who have helped to make this event happen. So we have Mindshift Studios. Platinum Flower Designs. New World Precious Metals. Remember, with that sponsor, we're going to be giving away some more silver later on today, so speak to them if you want to join the raffle. Vaccine Choice Canada. Rebel News. And Eagle Vision Video Productions. Okay, to make sure I stay on track, I'm just going to very quickly share a couple more points from my list of 20 things learned about humanity during the pandemic. I'm not going to explain these ones, I'm just going to read them out so that we can get on this break. So, point number 11. People who are dismissed as conspiracy theorists are often well-researched and simply ahead of the mainstream narrative. I've personally run out of all my conspiracy theories because they're all just called facts now. Number 12, most people value safety and security more than freedom and liberty, even if said safety is merely an illusion. Point number 13 is hedonic adaptation occurs in both directions. Once inertia sets in and people get comfortable, it can be difficult to get them back to normal. Point 14, and I don't understand this one, but it's true. A significant percentage of people thoroughly enjoy being subjugated. And the last one for now, number 15, the science, that's capital T and capital S, has evolved into a secular pseudo-religion for millions of people across the West. This religion has little to do with science itself. Awesome. Thank you all for your attention. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will be back here for a panel before lunchtime. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you quieten down and take your seats if you have not already? Let's please get everyone seated as quickly as possible so that we don't need to delay lunchtime by too much. I know people are going to be hungry. Or maybe I'm projecting. Okay, now we are about to have the panel on democracy and law. So right now on the stage we have Chris Scott, Marty Up North, Eva Chipiuk, Umar Sheikh, and Clyde Do Something. Let's have a round of applause for them. Okay, so some of you have already been on stage today and some of you have not. So based on the conversations that have already been going on regarding democracy and law, I'm going to just open it up for responses based on the topics that have already been going on. If anyone has something that they've been itching to get out and say, then it's all yours.
Not everyone.
The mics are yours.
Are we on here? Yeah, we're good. We're good. I want to talk about Bill C-36, the Online Harms Act. C-63. There's so many. Sorry, 36 is the one here in British Columbia. C-63, the Online Harms Act. It's going to be a really tough one for people in Marty and my position, having conversations on the internet about a myriad of different topics, especially here in Canada, or world topics. Sometimes the things that we say are controversial. I don't think they're controversial, but other people seem to think they're controversial. And it's really the arbitrary nature of just defining something as hateful. It makes it really difficult to navigate moving forward, especially if you can be put under house arrest, which is written in the bill. Ankle bracelets, all of these language. This is why I always consult lawyers when I'm talking about these things. But yeah, I wanted to just make a statement saying that it's, this is what's causing people to self-censor in our space, and not just shut up or even close their channels down completely. And this is why we need to fight against this. If you want to be informed, you're going to have to fight as well with us.
Yeah, and after listening to Art and Lauren, they are going to come after us. So now so I'm worried because it's going to be our turn. So they're going to come after us. They've been coming after us. They're going to come after us, and I'm emboldened by what they did. So I will challenge, and so start crowdfunding now because I'm going to need a lawyer because they are going to come after us, and I'm going to, it's going to happen. I'm scared of it, but we'll.
And well, I mean, they've been politicizing and using these, the colleges as a weapon, using the bar as a weapon. It's only a matter of time. I've been telling people, get a trade. You'll be away from cancel culture altogether. But it's only a matter of time before they start using the industry training authority, things like that. They're going to keep coming. This is why we have to fight.
Yeah. If I run for parliament, I will have the world's biggest hidden agenda. I do think about it. I do honestly think about it. I would run just to become an insider and to expose what's going on. But I know from talking to people in government that I'll get ostracized. Even if you go in as an independent, you'll be pushed out. You're just not. Yeah, Brian's shaking his head. He knows. So it won't work. So I'd rather hold them accountable the way we're doing it, and I wanted to, I do have to pass the mic to Eva. She has to talk. I want her to talk about her engagement, and we're witnessing it. It does work, right? When you learn about how government works and how the law works, and when you read these acts and you get engaged, it's not complicated. Like, we go to constituency associations, and where I live, there is an association that is so active, and it's impactful. It's crazy,
Yeah, maybe just speaking to that, I don't know if this is on. Oh,
Yep.
It is. So I run two courses. One is about educating Canadians, and I have the Honourable Brian Peckford help with the history of Canada and the Charter, the lovely Omar Sheikh help with the legal, so it's different parts. And I always have way more people sign up for that class than the one that's called Civic Speak, which I give a lot of homework, where you're supposed to get engaged and go to the City Hall and write a op-ed and things like that. And I have, in one of the classes that Brian did with me, he said, in very simple terms, democracy is hard, 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 hard work. And in the last class I just did, one of my students is here, a lady in the class said, I didn't know being a citizen was so hard. And I love that she said that.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, and then Brian enforces it all the time. It's fragile, right? Democracy is fragile, extremely. It's fragile, and it's also scary, because it is majority rules, which is why we have the Charter of Rights. Because if majority rules and you're a minority, it's very scary. We live that, and the Charter's supposed to protect us. And some people didn't want, you know, if you were against the vaccine, you were a minority. But you got, and then we witnessed what happens. I mean, we were not protected. So it's fragile, and it's up to us to protect it. And Brian, thank you for all your efforts and for leading that, you know, giving us that charter and that path forward. But relax, take some time off, go biking, and let us take over. Let the next generation take the fight over for you. But sorry, I wanted to add, it's unfortunate that it is a fight, though. And it's a question I've been asked by a lot of people. Why are you still fighting? Because my kids, I'm an empty nester now. I mean, my oldest is 30, my youngest is 19 and in university. And why do I have to fight? Because the system is on the edge of, on the verge of collapsing, and we need to fight. And our children, the next generation, they just went through, imagine being a young adult now, you know, who went through COVID. That's a tough start. So I'm like Brian. I'd like to just go ride my bike and go hiking, but we got to keep fighting. So, sorry, Chris. I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I just knew if I didn't try and get a word in now, I'd never have it.
we sort of do this to panels, don't we?
Okay, so speaking of fighting, how many service people and veterans do we have in the room today? Can you raise your hands? So we're talking about democracy. You are all way ahead of me. We're talking about democracy, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank the people that actually put their literal lives on the line to fight for the democracy that we enjoy today. So the reason I bring that up is that word fight, right? I'm Irish, so I think it's in my blood. I might enjoy it or something, but this fight that we have this idea, this false narrative that the veterans and our ancestors fought and died for our freedom so that we wouldn't have to, and that's a lie. Do you know why they fought and did what they did? It's so that we would have the opportunity to continue fighting and maintain that fragile democracy that we have. That's the reality. So I was excited to be on the Democracy and Law panel, not because I really know anything about law. Well, I mean, I do now because I've been dragged through it. But more importantly, our democracy is what allows us to shape the laws around us, right? If we don't like a law, we use the democratic process that people fought for, that we fight for, in order to change the laws so that we can accomplish the goals or have the protections that we want, right? That's how it's supposed to work. If we don't like the idea of being thrown in jail for potentially saying something that hurts somebody's feelings, we must use democracy to ensure that that doesn't happen. If we don't like the fact that our politicians can advocate for medical interventions that harm us and kill us and be immune from any type of accountability because of the legislation, we have to use democracy to change those. You want accountability? You want to start showing these politicians and these bureaucrats that, no, you can't harm us without being held accountable? We need to change some laws. Because right now, the law specifically says, I know this because I looked at it, the Public Health Act of Alberta says the Minister of Health or anyone acting under their direction in fulfilling their duty as minister, as long as they do it in good faith, you cannot sue them. So I cannot sue, what was her name? Dina Hinshaw, whoever it was, for what she did to me. I can't sue him or her for seizing my building because somebody might get sick unless we change that law. So number one, democracy is work. We had to fight to get it. We have to fight to keep it. And regarding the law, democracy is the tool that we have to change it. So if we don't participate and we just sit on our laurels watching TV, if you're going to watch TV, by the way, watch these guys. They're pretty good. Then we really can't complain. But I think the people in this room, I don't think you're just about complaining. I think you want to act. So thank you for being here and hearing these things, because I think once more people hear it, we can start to change things.
I'm going to quickly add to that is words matter, and I actually am not comfortable with the word fighting for. Not because I'm scared, obviously I love advocating and I'm a lawyer, but I think that we've allowed those words to be overused. Chris Barber isn't listening, but I'm talking about him right now, he's not comfortable with the word being an advocate. And he's not. No, not even an advocate, an activist. Chris is a trucker and a farmer from Saskatchewan that was tired of what the government was doing and went and engaged in his civic responsibility. That's what he did. He was engaged in democracy. He was holding his government to account. But using words like an activist, is he? Are you? So I think we have to go back to the basics sometimes. I agree 100% with everything. Just like, let's even peel it back. Let's participate in this democracy that's there. It's not about fighting, it's participating and being involved.
That's a good point. And if I think about that, I realize that when it comes to engaging in democracy, the biggest fight that I face is with myself, right? And I think that might be true for all of us. The biggest enemy we have in accomplishing the things we want to accomplish is ourselves. We convince ourselves that, oh, you know, I don't matter. Oh, one vote doesn't matter. What difference am I going to make? So maybe, yeah, I like that. We're not fighting for democracy. We have to fight our own instinct to not engage and become engaged to do it.
I'm going to talk one more time, sorry.
All good.
You are fighting, though, in another regard. So one thing I didn't get an opportunity to talk about, and I'll just go straight to it right now, is there have been harms that have occurred throughout the COVID pandemic. Businesses were shut down, like Chris Scott's here and others. And in Alberta, although Omar, oh no, you didn't say this publicly. Well, that he called it a technicality, that the Ingram decision, which we could talk about that, but
it was a technicality.
That they didn't have
I
the
disagree.
authority to do it. Yes, but that they didn't have the authority to do it. The government only has authority to do what they're given authority to do, and wow, we already know it's a lot. In this case, they screwed up, so we were able to hold them to account there. Now there's a class action in Alberta where we are fighting for the harms that were committed on all these Alberta businesses, and same with vaccine-injured people. People were harmed. So yesterday we heard a lot about the problems, and as a result of the vaccines, there's hundreds of thousands of Canadians that have been harmed. And that's where lawyers come in, is then you can launch a lawsuit when there's already a harm to get some damages, get some accountability in that way through the courts. And Omar spoke about this very well. That's the system we have. Once a harm has already taken place, then you can hold the government to account that way.
You want to know how far she goes to hold the government accountable? I was in the legislature in Alberta with her, and she was running around trying to serve an MLA.
She's served now.
And she says she doesn't like to fight, but look at how feisty she is.
I have a personal question. So, over the last couple of years, I have traveled to and done events in many countries, but including the UK, the USA, Australia, and now Canada. I've done events like this in all these countries. And all of these Anglosphere nations have their similarities, but they also have some interesting quirks and differences. And one thing I certainly noticed right now, but certainly during the COVID era, was just the range of responses across these places. And that brought up a lot of questions for me. So I don't know if you guys are able to answer this, because you may not know yourself, but I was wondering why, for example, what was it that caused Canada and Australia's responses to be so much more extreme and tyrannical than it was, for example, in the UK or in most parts of the US? Is there something about Canada, Canadians, the political system, the cultural system that just made it more authoritarian in that regard? I got some interesting answers when I asked a similar question in Australia, and I learned a bit of Australian history as well. But why do you think, in Canada in particular, why did it have one of the craziest responses globally?
Well, I can maybe give an unpopular answer to this, because I spent some time thinking about this, and again, this doesn't take away from the discussions we've had, but Zuby, I don't think Canada is the democracy that others think it is. I think we are a version of a dictatorship where we elect a dictator we like maybe a little bit more from time to time.
Yeah, and
traditional Canadian mentality, and certainly the stuff we grew up with, is it's a very polite, passive environment. We also don't have the Second Amendment.
Yes.
The U.S. does, right? And so you go ahead and go on somebody's lawn in the States, see what they do. We don't have that. Yeah. And so the ability for that population to actually pose any significant threat is extremely diminished. And then you've got this rule that seems to be deferred to a great degree to global economic powers. I mean, our NDP, head of the NDP party, is a member of the WEF. The Prime Minister is a member of the WEF. Others before him have been members of WEF. And I think Canada is a perfect breeding ground to test out these legislative schemes, to test out these extreme measures, because it happens. Now, one of the most interesting things, and I'll let my fellow panelists answer, but one of the most interesting things that I saw coming out of COVID is Canada quietly passed a piece of legislation banning handguns. Nobody has any handguns, right?
That's not true.
Well, no, but it's extremely difficult to get a handgun in this country, and there are very restrictive rules. So it's not like the States where a lot of people have guns. We don't have a proliferation of them, is my point. And so the fact that we had to pass legislation, and then you see these draconian measures starting to come in with different acts and restricting freedoms, I think it all kind of ties into that. So I think that might be the reason we are who we are.
Yeah. I have another thought on that. Sorry. Go ahead. Number one, Canada and Canadians are arguably one of the most apathetic democracies in the world. We have some of the lowest civic engagement of any democracy. In Canada, I believe the stat is less than 4% of Canadians have memberships in political parties. That is absolutely pathetic, and it allows the lunatics to run the asylum. The other part of it is, most other places in the world, in particular Europe and UK and that, they've experienced tyranny, like horrendous things have happened there, and they have literally, their recent history shows them that if they don't be involved and hold their governments to account, they're going to tyrannize them in brutal ways, right? So Canada's never seen that. We're a very young country. We're very inexperienced when it comes to that sort of thing, and that coupled with the apathy really allows those who have any kind of power just to do what they want without us rising up.
Interesting.
I just want to speak to what Umar said about being a test case. It's not like a conspiracy to say that that was the plan. It was written in a book by Klaus Schwab, the global, or was it COVID-19, the Great Reset. It's a novel that he wrote.
Yeah. Subtle.
So it,
do you know one thing?
Which is so funny.
You'll never hear me say this, but do you know one
thing?
thing? You'll never ever hear me say this, but do you know one thing I respect about Klaus Schwab? He's very
haircut.
He's very open about what he's doing. It's not very secretive. Like he steps on stage in his supervillain outfit and is like publishing books on Amazon called The Great Reset and literally like telling you what he's up to.
Yeah, it was crazy. But before, so at one point it was still considered a conspiracy theory to even talk about them. But they have, you're like, hey, check it out. They have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
They're on there. They're talking about this stuff. And yes, it was a test case. You mentioned that it was Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. And incidentally, I was just in Japan, and you're seeing a similar groundswell of people saying, no, we've had enough. We're not doing this. It wasn't televised, but there was a protest that I was invited to just one day. So a viewer reached me through my Discord server and said, come out, there's a protest happening today. And I took the train to Ikebukuro, and there was thousands of people on the street. Thousands of people on the street saying, no, we're not going to join this World Health Organization treaty. And yeah, it's happening everywhere.
Good. Yeah, it's really fascinating to understand the differences between nations. It's kind of like a worldwide project of mine, and so I've been intrigued by that.
Can I give you one quick difference?
Please do. Go ahead.
Because I thought about this a lot too. I think one of the differences is, like we asked the question, who fought for our freedom? And yes, there was a battle in World War II and one in World War I, but the real battle for our freedom, we never fought it here. We had our freedoms sort of given to us by the monarchy, and we acquired them sort of gently. And as Brian said, we're still getting our controls as early ago as in the 1980s. Whereas you guys, or the Americans, they fought for their freedom. They had a real fight, and and we were looking to the Americans to come save us, but you were too busy and you didn't come save us. But you guys cherish your.
I'm a Brit. Don't get confused by the accent.
Yeah. So the Americans cherished their freedom, and I think we don't quite cherish it as much. We didn't fight for it.
Yeah, out of the Anglosphere countries, the USA definitely values freedom and fights for it the hardest. I think the UK is second. One thing I do notice about my home country is like, we're really good at getting rid of politicians. Like the UK has had what, 6 prime ministers in the past 7 or 8 years, something like that. So yeah, one thing that I don't know exactly how it's done, but one thing that the British public does is they don't put politicians on a massive pedestal. And if they hold their feet to the fire. So if someone is like massively underperforming or is being massively hypocritical or something, like they get pushed out. And I think other nations, including the USA is terrible at getting rid of bad politicians as well.
We do the same thing in Alberta with premiers, but unfortunately the talent pool is so shallow, we keep kicking them out and re-electing bad ones.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go to lunch soon, but I just have one question, because I actually had two. I've got questions from multiple people, and they both actually are on a similar topic. And this is uniquely Canadian, so I'm just going to ask the question even though I don't totally understand the structure. And this is about the Governor General. So I have 2 separate questions about there being a Governor General in addition to the PM, and apparently a Governor General can get rid of a Prime Minister if they break the law or something like that. So I'm out of my depth here. But someone can jump in and save me about this.
Yeah, so again, we're very divided in this country on the role of the monarchy. Some of us, let's say me, don't like it. I don't like paying tax dollars for Harry and Meghan to chill in Deep Cove, BC. You gotta be kidding me. But look, there's a strong monarchist movement in this country who still likes the monarchy. Our constitutional system, or our legislative system, is set up where the Governor General and Council is the representative of the Queen. And so to pass a bill through law, you have to get Of the king, sorry. Oh my God! See, I told you
That's
it was
how much you care
monarchist in
about
the
it.
crowd. It's the king, damn it. Okay, all right, it's the king. And so yeah, you have to get royal assent on the bills for it to become law. Yes, they can technically kick out the prime minister, but more often than not, they're doing what the government in power is telling them to do, right?
One of the things everybody misses in this debate, and lawyers do too, you've got to remember the Supreme Court of Canada decision of 1981.
I was 2 years old, Brian.
What kind of lawyer?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And that is the role of convention in our Constitution. So conventionally speaking right now, and the Prime Minister of Canada at the time, Justin's father, who himself was, according to everybody except me, a constitutional scholar, was turned down by his own friends in the court. And this is in my recent speech that I asked you to go read on my blog. And I quote that. And so where we really are now, and so a lot of people are fighting yesterday's battles, is that by convention, the chances of the Governor General or Lieutenant Governors having any say in meaningful change to Canada is about nil.
Yeah, and
So we got to get on about that now. Over time, the monarchy, as even a decoration and as a symbol of our past, will be gone. But we must fight where we now have the power to fight. And that's what I was talking about this morning.
yeah, and just a reminder, yeah, the Governor General is the King's representative, but the Governor General is more or less appointed by the Prime Minister. So there's a conflict of interest there.
So I should have a word with Charlie?
Yeah, and then a conflict of interest that's so bad that in our history, we had a Governor General had to resign. So
I'll have a word with the king of my country. Okay. Crazier things have happened. Who knows?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In the interest of. Okay. Okay. Go for it. Okay. Okay, guys. Hey, guys. All right, we'll carry on. There's okay. Firstly, thank you very much to our panelists. We've had to squeeze the time a little bit because of lunch. Just thank you. Just a couple announcements before everyone rushes off. After the lunch period, the information area out there is going to be closing down. I know that Art has some merchandise that's going to be available at reduced pricing. Tamara Leach is going to be doing her final book signing session, so if you want to get a book from her or get your book signed, then speak to her. And tickets are also available for lunch, so if anyone needs a ticket for that, then those will be available. Thank you very much, and we will be back here at 4 o'clock. Appreciate you.
and blue and in love with you. Broken and bruised from all the abuse. Probably should call the whole thing off, but darling, I can't get enough. And you got your hooks deep inside of me, surely bleed to death if I dared to leave. For better or worse, I'll always be true, black and blue and in love with you. I may be a fool, and I may be insane, but being alone, oh, it hurts worse than all this pain. There's no denying between you and I are the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. I've come to accept forever I'm doomed to be black and blue and in love with you. Oh, black and blue and in love with you. time. The sun always rises on time. Never a moment behind. Perfectly always on time. Hold fast. In the midst of the darkness, hold fast. The blackest of nights surely will pass. Take heart and hold fast. When the moon and the stars refuse to shine, well, I rest assured that tomorrow the sun will rise. One time, the sun always rises on time. Never a moment behind. Perfectly always on time. Perfectly always on time. between the eyes and not a con man who's out to rob me blind. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Not a housefly floating in my wine, and not a barber who's ruined my hairline. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Oh, it's just clear skies, palm trees and warm breeze and sunshine. Each day I'm with you, it's like springtime. After the last freeze, my whole world's becoming brand new. Not a shoelace I stepped on and fell, and not a preacher who's promising me hell. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Oh, ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue.
Emergencies app.
Black and blue, and in love with you. Broken and bruised from all the abuse. Probably should call the whole thing off. But darling, I can't get enough. And you got your hooks deep inside of me. Surely bleed to death if I dared to leave. For better or worse, I'll always be true. Black and blue and in love with you. I may be a fool, and I may be insane, but being alone, oh, it hurts worse than all this pain. There's no denying between you and I are the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. I've come to accept forever I'm doomed. Be black and blue and in love with you. Oh, black and blue and in love with you. time. The sun always rises on time. Never a moment behind. Perfectly always on time. Hold fast. In the midst of the darkness, hold fast. The blackest of nights surely will pass. Take heart and hold fast. When the moon and the stars refuse to shine, well, I rest assured that tomorrow the sun will rise. One time, the sun always rises on time. Never a moment behind. Perfectly always on time. Perfectly always on time. between the eyes and not a con man who's out to rob me blind. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Not a housefly floating in my wine, and not a barber who's ruined my hairline. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Oh, it's just clear skies, palm trees and warm breeze and sunshine. Each day I'm with you, it's like springtime. After the last freeze, my whole world's becoming brand new. Not a shoelace I stepped on and fell, and not a preacher who's promising me hell. Ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue. Oh, ever since I met you, nothing can make me blue.
I am so through. Don't care about emotions. Care About truth and care about youth, for they fall to their doom. Offended by the truth, so they call me a coon. Black lives only matter when in tune with their views. I think black lives matter from the womb to the tomb. Teach for more health, always spread real. Think for yourself, take a red pill. Build for more wealth, you can steady make mills if you cook for yourself and not a ready-made meal. Tell these young men they don't need to be brainless. Tell these young women they don't need to be shameless. Focus on growth, you don't need to be famous. Gotta have goals you can't reach if you're aimless. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I will never cave, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I will never cave, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. Oh, man. It's time to slay these devils, man. Are you down with Zuby?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If we can please quieten down, we are about to get into the next session. Okay, so I would like to invite up to the stage now David Charalambous. He is the founder of Reaching People. Welcome to the stage, David.
Hello, and thank you. When I was thinking about coming here, the question for me was, what can I bring? What can I add? What can I share? I really didn't have any idea what I would gain. I cried yesterday, and when I was explaining the story to Paul and Lynn, who are my wonderful hosts, I was welling up again. And I'm not a crier. And then today, I cried again. And it really struck me that just the power of an experience. And that's really what's going to make the difference. Now, we've spent the last 4 years studying why people don't listen, why people behave the way they do, how the government has manipulated people, and we have found answers that are mind-blowing, and we really want to share these with you. There's some really, really key bits of information that when you understand, you really will understand people. Now, there's a guy that runs a podcast, and he talks about a story where his friend was at a picnic, and he started talking about an unpopular subject. And then there was a frost in the air. And then people started moving and edging away from him on the picnic blanket. Who's had that experience? Now, it's so key. You've all had that experience. And Drea said something yesterday that was quite profound, and many people were saying things that were really quite profound related to the work that we do. Now, self-censor is something that you'll likely do after that experience. You're human beings, okay? And if you don't, you probably destroy every relationship you had with anyone that believes a narrative. But self-censorship is a real problem. It's one of the biggest problems. And it will lead to apathy. So I've got something, everyone knows you've got something that you need someone to know. But when you don't tell them, you're then stuck. And that's apathy. You've got no way out. And this is what this project is about, is to give you a way out to then communicate with those people that really don't want to listen. But if they did know, they would want to listen. There's a lot of stuff that we go through, but really I want to share 3 key points for today. And what I'm going to do first is start with a couple of studies, and we're going to ask a question, kind of quiz-like. Now, I got all of these wrong, okay, as a proviso. What percentage of nurses would administer a drug under these conditions? The prescription was transmitted over the phone, violating hospital policy. The drug estrogen was actually a fake drug created, so no one had heard of it, was fictitious and not approved for use. The prescribed dosage was twice the maximum daily dose, what was printed on this fake drug, and 4, the nurse had never met or spoken to the physician. Okay, by the way, any of those numbers are shocking. So take a moment and think what you think the answer is. If you're wondering why everyone went along, because they understand behavior. They understand how to create the situation to get the outcome that they want. There's about, and the numbers really keep coming up the same time and time again, there's about 10 or 20%, depending on the context, that you can't manipulate in the same way. It's probably this room. Right. And by the way, Cialdini, who wrote the sort of Bible on influence, said that was the scariest study he'd ever seen. And they ran that. It's funny, actually, why they ran that study, because a doctor had written out a prescription saying, ear, okay, and the nurse administered it as a suppository. Okay, so this next study, there's heart operation patients. Okay, they're about to go in for a serious heart operation. The mortality rates from one hospital to the next could differ by up to 300%. So you could have a 3 times more chance of surviving in the hospital with the better outcomes and the better doctors. Heart patients were offered this data for $50. How many percentage of patients paid the $50 for the data? See, okay, logically, what should it be? It should be 98%. It should be the odd person that was missed it or whatever. It's 8%. Okay, that's actually from The Elephant in the Brain, which is a very good book, by the way. But then, right, here's the good news. If you got those wrong, then there's some really important information that we don't yet have. And that's what the governments have. They stopped listening to what we said we were going to do, and they started watching what we actually did. And because we are optimistic about what we're going to do, like we're not going to order the dessert in the restaurant, or we're going to go to the gym, whatever it is, we're not good predictors because we see it through our own perception, and we see it through not being aware of the hidden forces. When you know this, you're going to be able to predict behavior so much better, and then you're going to be able to make campaigns and movements work so much better. And this is such an important assumption we have to understand, and this is across politics and everything. Whether at work or at home, our instinct is, if we have something important to convey, the other person will want to know. This instinct is wrong. Now, this has been known by many large corporations. Virgin, for instance, embraced this. Their safety video, no one wanted to watch. They then used behavioral science to reformat it. Not only did people watch it, they got 6 million views on YouTube. Okay? And this, from this book, really discusses how to make information in such a way that people will want to engage. The information itself is more important, but when it comes to conveying it, how you say it becomes more important, because if you can't get it into someone's head, then it's of no value. Now, everyone's heard of Milgram experiment, I would have thought, if you're in the truth movement, okay? Because it's the classic. We've been witnessing the real-life Milgram experiment, but what people don't realize is that Milgram surveyed the experts before the study. 1% of psychology students predicted 1 out of 100 people would push the button. By the way, it was 67% of people would push the button to potentially electrocute another human being because someone in authority said so. The psychiatrists fared much worse. They said 1 in 1,000. Now, why are people, even experts, so bad at predicting behavior? Now, this is fascinating. The Asch conformity studies, probably everyone's seen this about the line lengths. Asch ran those studies to prove it wasn't true. Okay? Because Sharif had run studies a couple of decades before, and Asch was finding holes saying, oh, it's because the answer was ambiguous. That's why people complied. But when the answer is clear, they won't comply. So Asch stumbled across something profound. And it's this. Imagine that you go sailing for the first time and you do not take into consideration the wind or the current. How are you going to fare? Not very well. Okay? We have to understand behavior because it leads to better leading. And the point is that behavior has lots of unseen forces, like the wind and like the currents. And they're unseen because it's efficient for our brain to not have them there. If you had to work out how much percentage weight to shift from step to step, every step, that's so laborious. Your brain takes care of that for you. The problem is that all that unconscious processing, it can be influenced, and the governments now know how to do that. And because it's unconscious, you would not know. And John Barr, who's one of the social scientists who really was a pioneer in this field, he tells a very telling story. He's in his log cabin with his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is a rocket scientist. He says, John, what's social science doing nowadays? And he goes, it's getting crazy. We now think that 90% of our decisions are largely unconscious. The rocket scientist turns around and says, that can't be. I can't think of a single time I've made a decision unconsciously. Okay? How would you know? Okay, I'm going to touch on this. I mean, this is a 5-hour presentation if you go into this in detail. But this is what's going on, okay? This is our BBC. I'm sure you've heard of it. You've got your own equivalent, the state broadcaster. But basically, media is detached from reality, okay? And this is such a key quote. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. And that is what we've seen the last 4 years. There are so many people believe that what they're doing is for the greater good. And if you can make them believe that, they will do anything. Just ask any of the guys here. Now, I'm just going to touch on this slide because it's so important. The blue square on the top right is my consciousness, my awareness, what I'm thinking about. So if I say safe and effective, that's an output. That's like saying 2 + 2 = 5. If I then tell the person, no, it doesn't, it equals 4, what's the response? You're crazy, and then you argue the point. That's an output. Don't challenge outputs, never works. But this is what does work. That all of that output is coming from an engine of your mind, which are the inputs. You get a stimulus, and then you have all of these variables. And what happens, like a hallway or mirror, your brain, in an instant, processes and comes up with the answer. Now, when those change, people change. They will change their conclusion. You can't tell them what's in there. You have to show them. You tell them a story. If they, let's say they watch the media and they was at a march and the media lied about it, they're going to have that experience. And they have that experience enough times in some other drivers, it will change and the outcome and the output will change. So the key point 2, you change the inputs and the outputs will change. And if we can really have people understanding how the mind processes and absorbs information, then you can actually layer it in such a way, and this is happening, by the way, accidentally. Yeah? If you believed what you were told prior and then you don't anymore, something happened. And there's people out there all the time now changing from moment to moment because of experience, stories, metaphors, questions. It's not from being told. Okay, when you tell someone the government's lying, they're going to want to back up their belief system. But when you show them, they're going to have a real trouble. Now, the curse of knowledge is really important, that when you're talking to someone, because someone talked about this, I think it was this morning, if you go back 1,000 years, people had such a shared reality. Okay, you knew tigers, you knew all these things. You had a shared reality. Now we can live in different realities. Okay? You can have someone live in a completely different reality by just watching CNN, BBC, anything like this. Now, just to touch on the curse of knowledge, we're going to assume that when we're talking that they can access a lot of the information that we can access in our mind, and it's not true. So you have to be very conscious that if you know things they don't know, you've got to find a way of sharing that. Now, this is one of the real, anyone that studies psychology, this is one of the conundrums in psychology, and it's the person versus the situation. Now, all it means is, when I'm in a situation, what dictates my behavior more? Is it the situation or is it my personality? Now, we assume it's a person's personality, but only for about 10% of the population. Most people cannot resist the situational forces. Where I just moved from, where I would take my dog for a walk, there's 2 zebra crossings I'd cross. One of them, I almost got run over 100 times. Okay? Of all the shitty drivers just driving in that way, why not the other zebra crossing? Because of the situation, because of the way it's situated, because of the angle of the roads. So one day I'm getting annoyed. Why? Oh, another arsehole. Okay? And then I realized it's the way it's designed. It's designed, and our systems are designed in such a way that we're breeding bad behavior, we're breeding corruption. It's literally, there's 65% of the population that can literally have their moral compass moved under certain conditions. And this is one of the most important things to know, because we should be designing our systems so they don't contain those conditions. It's so key. Wells Fargo, they created an incentive that if their staff opened up a new account for customers, they would pretty much keep their job, because it was the kind of, you had to perform to a certain level. What happened? 5,000 staff committed fraud. 5,000. This is one of the funniest studies I've ever heard, by the way. Okay, let me just explain it. So if you flip a coin, it's generally going to come 50-50 over large numbers. So they created this to then give it to people, and they could go into a room, flip the coin, come back, tell them how many times it was heads, and they say, oh, every heads we give you $10. So they were incentivizing people to cheat. And then obviously they can measure the averages to know who's cheating the most. Now, with the bank employees, and this is what's so funny about this, if they did not remind them that they worked in a bank, they did not cheat. But when they reminded them, and it's called priming, it brings something to the forefront. When they reminded them they worked in a bank, not only did they cheat, but they cheated more than prison inmates. The culture of banking, the situation of banking, is to cheat. That was run by Zurich, by the way, for the Swiss bankers. The systems that we have are breeding bad behavior. And many people can't resist the situation and the incentives. And what was spoke about this morning in the political sphere about the financial statements is so important, because you put a carrot up there and you're going to get a lot of people want to eat that carrot. And it's not hard to find a load of corrupt people that will become a politician. Remember the 30K incentive to put COVID on the death cert? They don't have to find loads of corrupt people. They just have to incentivize people. And they know that. So it's not direct control, it's indirect control. And that's much more powerful because it's subtle and it's hidden. But there's so much good news. If you prime someone on a diet and you just give them a healthy recipe before they go shopping, they buy something like 80% less junk food. If they ran studies where they said to people, just give a load of money away the next 2 weeks, their blood pressure dropped to normal levels. Just this doing good thing. So if we create environments where doing good is rewarded, but at the moment doing bad is heavily rewarded. So this is key point 3. Bad situations drive bad outcomes. Good situations drive good outcomes. Riots are literally just a perfect storm of bad outcomes. So in summary, understanding behavior leads to better leading. If you know what drives people, and we've got a few videos on behavior that will give you such an insight. One insight on this: the single most important factor that will get someone to do something is how easy that thing is to do. So if you want someone to do something, make it as easy as possible. How did they do this during the pandemic? The comply route was painted with Teflon. The not comply route was either hidden or painted with sludge. Everything they wanted you to do was as simple as possible. They booked the jab for you, everything. It was all concrete, simple, simple, simple. 2, change the inputs, the outputs will change. And the more you understand this, the more powerful it will be. It's not about telling and conclusions, it's experiences and inputs. The situation governs people's behavior more than their personality in most situations. But we don't attribute it that way. If you're driving along and someone cuts you up, what do you call it? You make an instant decision. But if we cut them up, we blame the situation. I was in a rush, whatever. Okay? So understanding this, our brain is doing this for protection and survival. The brain's not designed for truth. But knowing that, you can create the situation for truth. So conclusion and solutions. So we've got a bunch of things that we do, and I was just presenting, and all of this is going to be freely available on the website. A lot of it already is. We've got the do's and don'ts in conversation, and this is what's going to trigger people, what's going to shut them down, what's going to make them not listen to you, and then what do you do where you can really get them to listen. We have a message template on the right, which is a PowerPoint presentation to ask you all the good questions. What's going to make this go viral? What's going to make people want to talk about this? What's going to make people want to share this? What are the things I need to avoid? And then we've got this thing on the left here, which is just understanding behavior. And it looks a little bit complex, but it's really easy. This is by BJ Fogg, by the way, is one of the experts on behavior. Behavior happens when motivation meets ability, meets prompt. So the prompt might be, we need to do something, okay? If that behavior is above that curve, so if it's above this line, it's probably going to happen. If someone has no motivation, so let's say someone's not really motivated and you send them a 4-hour documentary you want them to watch, what's going to happen? Okay? Understanding that single slide in designing your solutions and your campaigns will be incredible. That literally changed so much about what I did and so much about how I lived my own life, about where I put my gym clothes, my bags, all those things. Oops, gone the wrong way. Okay, I want to do a thought experiment. Take a moment. Imagine it's 5 years from now. And you've all done something so incredible that's made a huge change to Canada. Okay? Made a huge change. And you come back to now and start thinking, what is that thing? What did I do? Did I just start understanding people? Did I start joining any of the number of speakers here? Because you all don't realize how much power you have. All of you. I had a lady come up to me at one of the conferences and she says, I want to thank you. I said, what for? She said, the work. I said, well, you're welcome. She goes, it gave me confidence to go to one of the major supermarket retailers in the UK, and she got the mask mandates overturned in 24 hours. One person. Okay? And how did you feel hearing that story? Inspired. We're wired for story. We trigger each other. I cried a few times in the last few days because I've been inspired beyond what I thought was possible. The ninja move in doing anything is starting. And I'm just going to finish with a quick story. I got asked on a presentation about a month ago, when did you sort of know about a lot of this? Well, I was rudely awakened in 2004, to be honest. It wasn't really a choice. And I went to a seminar by Ed Griffin. I'm sure many of you heard. Wrote a very powerful book. And there was already a few things that were already taking me on that journey, but that was it. And then next couple of months, I watched every documentary, every conspiracy theory, and I remember sitting back on my chair and going, oh my God, it's not pockets of corruption, it's systemic. I was in Geneva a couple of weeks ago for that WHO thing that was spoke about, and in fact, the Japan thing was zoomed, we were literally zoomed into it and talking to them, and there was 50,000 of them in Japan, which was incredible. And I sat next to one of the professors at dinner, and this come up, and I told her the story, and she went, oh my God, the hairs on the back of my neck have just gone up. She went to an Ed Griffin presentation, and there was a load of middle-class people there, and they all knew what was going on. He said to them, what are you doing? And they just all said, well, we know about it. Yeah, but what are you doing? And he said, do one thing. One thing. And that's what triggered that professor on her journey. And she's affected millions of people. And that's really it. It's to understand you have the power. It's a choice. And it's not going to be easy, and there's going to be bumps along the road. But when you start realizing your power, and every change is going to come from inside you, and then you're going to affect those outside of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Point number 16 of 20. Most people care more about looking like they're doing the right thing rather than actually doing the right thing. This is the difference between true virtue and virtue signaling. Next, I would like to invite up to the stage once again, Clyde Do Something. Let's make some noise for him. YouTuber and commentator.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, welcome, welcome. So there are a lot of people in this audience that know who I am, and there's some people who don't. And so I'm going to give a little brief of who I am and how I even got here. Why am I here? How did this happen? I'm a dyslexic mechanic from Squamish, British Columbia, and I read the news to people on the internet. Amazingly enough. So we all went through the whole COVID scamdemic, people want to call it. And it was not easy for a lot of us, but a lot of us didn't really do something when that time, I think we all should have spoken up. Now, there was a moment when some people did decide to do something. And it was an interesting experience. I was actually at a friend's birthday party, and we went to the Watershed in Squamish. And it was, we're going to the bar. We're gonna wear our masks. What are we gonna do? Are they gonna ID us? Are they gonna make us use the passports? No, none of that. And we went into the bar, and it was January of 2022, and we all started talking. We haven't talked to each other in some time. We were all kind of nervous what each other thought. We hadn't seen each other for a little bit, and we were all just kind of busy working. Most of us are tradespeople in my friend group, so we never stopped working. We were doing that constantly. And we started talking about what was going on with the pandemic, and we said, I think this is kind of crazy. Why are we locked down for so long? 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's been years now. And so we started talking louder. And we started talking even louder, and the table next to us joined in. And then the waitresses joined in, and everybody was talking about it. And one of the waitresses said, "Hey, did you hear about it? There's these truck drivers. And they're going to drive to Ottawa, and they're going to tell the government what for." Oh, we all know how that went down. So they turned off the sports on the TV, and they said, check this out, YouTube videos of trucks leaving British Columbia on their way to Ottawa. Now, the news was telling us something different. It was telling us a different story. Apparently, there was some truck drivers doing a slow roll because of potholes. I think that was the story that was being told. I thought that was a little strange, but meanwhile, on YouTube, you could see exactly what was happening. There was a lot of people, and a lot of people started going to the sides of the roads, and they started cheering it on. And then the news changed a little bit, and it said, and after that, and they started saying a different story. Oh, these guys are awful people. Anyway, we'll get to that. So that night, it really inspired me. Something switched in my head, and I thought, I gotta say something about this. This is really important. I've been quiet for so long, and all our friends just quiet, just go along to get along. And I said, tomorrow, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something about it. And the next day, I did not do anything about it. I had such a hangover. It was terrible. But the next day, okay, so here's the thing. I was concerned. Everybody has these concerns. I do something, but I got a family. I do something, but I got a job. And I'm in a unique position because I work in the trades. I'm a mechanic. And there's a shortage of us, and I don't think anyone wants to fire their local mechanic. So I did go to my boss, and I asked him, I said, hey, here's an idea. I do stuff on YouTube. I'd been doing, DIY videos, things like that for some time. And I said, what do you think if I told my political opinion on the internet? Are you cool with that? And surprisingly, he just said, yeah, whatever, that's you. Do you? That's cool. I said, well, you realize, people get angry on the internet, right? Sometimes people get angry and they'll call your workplace and they'll try to get you fired. And he says, you know who answers the phone? And so that was that. So I took to my computer and I took to pulling up news stories and telling people what was going on in the news and how the news was not reflecting what's actually happening on the ground. And a unique thing happened at that time. A really unique thing happened because live streaming was just becoming popular on YouTube. And people could do it with a cell phone. That's all it took. A cell phone and an internet connection. And you're doing the news. You're showing people what's really happening on the ground. And it's not, well, as it turns out, it's not what they were saying on CBC or CTV or Global News. And so I thought, hey, I'm going to do this because this is the one thing I think I can do. We've got truckers that are risking their entire livelihoods. These are my brethren, right? Mechanics, truck drivers. My brother's a truck driver. I've worked in the auto trade for years. And I said, you know, I still have to work, so what can I do to help along this journey that everybody's going? And I said, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna tell the story of what's happening to these truck drivers. I'm gonna tell the story that the news doesn't want you to hear. And I thought nobody would listen. I honestly thought nobody was gonna listen. And what's interesting is the truth is, it's contagious. It really is. It's a thing, when you start telling the truth, it feels great. It feels really good to get out there and just say what you're seeing. You know, the whole story of the emperor that has no clothes. It was the young boy that said, hey, he's naked. And then everybody kind of clued in. Wow, what are we all doing? So what I'm getting at in this is, well, that's my story. That's my journey to doing this. It turns out people did want to watch that. So that's cool. But the future is, well, the future in media, I mean, they call it legacy media for a reason. It's the legacy. It's over. Print media, TV media, your CNNs, your global news, all of this stuff that's been lying to us for a long time, they're done. Nobody wants to watch them anymore. And why? It's because they have zero integrity. Zero integrity. And not only that, a guy with a shoestring budget and an internet connection can show what's happening, show people what the news is saying, and then show people what is actually happening. A great story, even from just this past week, is this conference, this very conference that we're in here. They ran news stories about what this was about. And apparently we're all gathered here to talk about LGBT. Did anyone get the memo for that? I didn't get that memo. No, it was not about that. But yet Czech News wrote an article about a week and a half ago saying just that. And then later it was piggybacked by Radio Canada and then the Times Colonist. And in that story, they claimed that this event was a hateful event, and the irony is that this event's about misinformation in media. And that's never lost on me. That's amazing. And in the Czech article, the writer of the article, at the bottom of the article said, we reached out to Unify for comment, and they declined to comment. So immediately I got in touch with them because I got a line of dialogue here. So, hey, Jonathan, did they actually reach out to you? Did you not? Because that wouldn't have been a great move. Don't even comment. Oh no, absolutely he did. He did, and he gave me receipts for that. So I contacted the journalist and I said, hey, I'm a media watchdog YouTuber, and you just wrote an article labeling this event as an anti-LGBT event. Incidentally, it's about disinformation in media and censorship. And in your article, you wrote a bunch of things that weren't true. And one of the things, especially at the end, was that you said that it wasn't, that they didn't respond to you. So I wrote the author this letter asking for a response, and I also gave a deadline saying, hey, I would love to hear your response, and I'll be making a video about it. Please respond by this deadline. Of course, I got no response. But I did do a video about it, And incidentally, after I wrote this, author an email, I asked, after I did do the video, but just before I did the video, I double checked on the website to see if there had been any changes to the article. And of course that line changed. That line changed, but fortunately there's, and again, talking about the future, technology's great. If you find an article that sounds like it's BS to you, archive it. Anybody can do it, and once it's been archived, anybody can then access it. And this is something that we can do as watchdogs, and anybody can do this. Nothing that I do is special. Nothing that I do is special. Nothing that I do is particularly brave, I thought. A lot of people are throwing that bravery around. I just turned a camera on and I started talking. Now, in the article, yeah, they changed it afterwards, and it's astonishing to me. But yes, moving forward, the future being this internet realm, anybody can do this. Anybody can pick up a camera and talk to a massive audience out there. Anybody really can. And I do it, well, every morning, and it really is a stress reliever. It really is. So I know I'm finishing a bit early, and we're going to wrap it up here, but I just want to encourage everyone moving forward to pay attention to what's happening in media. Media is where they're going to change your, they're gonna try to influence you in that way. And what's great is, like I said, anybody can do this. All you gotta do is do something. That's it.
Just do something. That's a powerful motto when you think about it. Okay. What was my next point on my list? Ooh. We know this one. We've been talking about this one all weekend. Point number 17. Politics, the media, science, and the healthcare industries are all corrupt to varying degrees. Scientists and doctors can be bought just as easily as politicians. That's why you always have to be careful when you're hearing about the experts and the studies. You've always got to ask some questions. Okay, I think next up we have got a quick video before the next speakers come on stage. So just checking with the AV team, that's queued up. Awesome.
You only saw one side of the story, and anytime you see only one story, one narrative, you should always question, why is that?
Really strange that it takes somebody from another country to move here and to talk about freedom and to want to talk to someone like me who helped create the charter, when the public schools of this nation, inhabited by people who are Canadians born and bred several generations, do not.
And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Chris Barber and Tamara Leach. Let's go.
Wow, thank you. Lawyers and doctors and premiers and psychotherapists, we're going to have to use our big words today, Chris.
We've seen it all in the last little while.
Yes, we sure have. Wow, how are you guys doing? Yeah, great. Thank you so much for having us. What a treat to be here, and just an honor to be, like I said, sharing a stage with real heroes, real heroes.
It's been quite the weekend here. Amazing group of people that we've met and spoke to throughout the weekend here, and I can't be prouder to take part in this. As most people are aware, Tamara and I are actually legally able to sit on the same stage together now.
Yes. Our government-imposed timeout is now over. Isn't that sweet?
Thanks to the efforts, I know John Carpe is left here, but we'd like to give him a shout out in the Justice Center. Thanks to his efforts. We had to do a motion a month and a half ago, something like that. We'd asked the Crown quietly behind the scenes if he would remove our conditions, seeing as the evidence was done, the evidentiary portion was done, and the defense was done, if they would remove the conditions against Tamara and I. And the answer back was no. So we had to file a motion with the judge and actually take it in front of her and have her make the decision whether we would be allowed to actually have a conversation together. And it was a lengthy ruling on, I believe, at the end of April, wasn't it? Something in there?
I think so. May something, I think.
Yeah.
We've been busy.
We won.
We did win.
We got a win, so.
I know. We're not really very scary. I think both of us are charged with intimidation, which I find actually hilarious because, I mean, you've seen I'm like 5 feet tall. He might be intimidating, though.
A little bit. There's a lot of questions right now because the media isn't really talking about us when it comes to our lengthy criminal trial in Ottawa right now. So just give you a little bit of an update. We started trial on September 5th of 2023. We are now into a few months.
Oh, yeah, my gosh, wow. We were talking on the way back. Chris and I were just out in the East doing some fundraisers for Dan Hartman's cases and for some other truckers that are out there that still need help funding their legal battles. And we were talking about the Paul Bernardo trial that lasted 4 months. And we were also talking about Karla Homolka's sentencing. She was sentenced to 12 years in jail, and they're seeking 10 years for us. So that kind of puts things into perspective. Obviously, proudly, I think we scared the pants off of those guys.
We united a country, and we...
And that was quite literally, I think, the most beautiful thing about it. And I was speaking to somebody about this earlier, but, you know, for a time, all of the labels were dropped. It didn't matter what color your skin was. It didn't matter what God you worshipped. It didn't matter what your income bracket was or your geographical location. We were Canadians, period.
We realized that over the course of our lives, we've been divided by color, by race, by a geographical placement, I guess. East versus West has always had some sort of an issue between each other, and we discovered through the convoy that was created by the government. We were Canadian. We seen it firsthand. Somebody from Alberta holding a flag and you know hugging somebody from Quebec with holding a Quebec flag, and it happened. We seen it. It was the most incredible thing I was ever part of.
It was. And I think the best thing about the Freedom Convoy is that it doesn't belong to Chris Barber and it doesn't belong to Tamara Leach. It belongs to you. You guys are the reason that it was successful. And that was such a beautiful thing about it too. I mean, people, everyone that came was an organizer. Everyone that donated money was an organizer. You didn't come to Ottawa unless you were bringing something, donating something, contributing in some way, shoveling snow, feeding the homeless. You know, it was a true Canadian grassroots movement. And it's thanks to you guys. And people come up to us all the time, and all across Canada, the word that we heard the most was hope. And the truth of the matter is that it was you guys that gave us hope too. So thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for filling your hearts with love and patriotism like I have never seen. I grew up, you know, always admiring the United States of America because they were so passionate about their country and their flag, and I just never felt that here until that moment in time, and it was beautiful.
It's kind of funny that when we drive to Ottawa, like we've done for the third or fourth time now in the last year.
They don't want to get rid of us, I think.
You know, Ottawa's actually become kind of our second home. We've got a community that comes to the courthouse, and when the trial's done, I think there'll be a portion of us that'll remain there. We can at least have lunch together now at the breaks in the
Talk
cafe
to each
room.
other in the courthouse.
It's always been the Tamara Litch crowd on one side of the convenience, the food place, and then the Chris Barber side on the other side, with lawyers sitting somewhere in between us. So we're thankful now that we're able to do that together and travel around and actually do some good with our voice here.
Yes. We have a saying, and that saying is no one gets left behind. And so whatever we can do for anybody else that needs help raising money for their legal fees. We've recently become a part of a group called Healing Together, which is focusing on the vaccine injured. It's a support group that we've put in place with our good friends Thomas and Melissa from Ottawa. And it's to, help these people find the supports that they need, because what is happening to these people is exactly what we were trying to prevent. And so we have to take care of our own. Jeff Evely, I believe it was, I was at a event last weekend in Red Deer that the veterans put on, and on his slide was something that we've heard a lot of here in the last 2 days, and that is no one is coming to save you. Everybody has a part. Pick one thing. This started with a phone call. A phone call.
A much needed phone call,
Yes,
by the
that's
way.
right. Now he's my best friend in the whole world.
We were in Nova Scotia. We were in the Bay of Fundy 2 weeks ago, and we're in Victoria now. So we've traveled. Amazing country.
Yeah. Maritimers, whoa.
One of the things that we realized when we were in Ottawa, we did with the Healing Together program. The church had approximately 7 to 10 people in it the previous week before we got there, and the appointment that we had, it was double that. And the amount of people we met that have severe injuries from the vaccine is astronomical. And to sit and speak with them there, and to hear the health professionals aren't listening to them. They're not giving them any advice. They're ignoring them. And so that is a huge need right now in this country, is to start standing behind these people that are vaccine injured, and meeting them personally. It affected us.
It was
greatly.
hard. It was a hard meeting.
So going forward, that's what we're going to be looking to do, spreading that across the country here in the next upcoming months. It's going to be Healing Together. We're working on a website right now, working with Thomas and Melissa McKee in Ottawa. You want to talk about the lawsuit?
I guess so. Which one?
When you get past the 10 years we're facing in federal prison and the lengthy 12-month court decision, there is a $400 million lawsuit on our tails right now from the citizens of Ottawa.
Which is hilarious. Like, come at me. I don't have $400 million. Like, seriously, let's get in the realm of reality here.
Thankfully to the JCCF, another John Carpay's looking after us with that, with James Manson, legal help from Toronto right now.
Amazing.
Ottawa lawyer Paul Champ is the lawyer seeking that. So basically going after the funds.
He's really sweet.
He's a very kind person. His lead plaintiff, Zach Seeley, testified against us in the courtroom. I think that was last fall, wasn't it? She wasn't very good under cross-examination.
No,
so
she sure wasn't.
They're basically going after the money that Canadian citizens donated to the Freedom Convoy. They want all that is in the escrow accounts. As most people know or don't know, everything was frozen basically the minute it hit the bank accounts. So we were at access to very little of it, and it has been tied up in escrow for the last over 2.5 years. I don't know about the interest. We'd like to. One can only hope. One can only.
Yes. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. Obviously, the outcome of our criminal trial is going to be a factor in that civil suit too. But it's not even certified yet. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't think it's really going to go anywhere. I've never had any anxiety about that. Have you?
I have never had an ounce of anxiety. Even sitting in the courtroom for the last 10 months, we've there's never been a got you moment. We had two of the reporters that have been with us in the courtroom have actually said positive things about us. Came up to us afterwards and said what they've done or what they've portrayed you as isn't what we've seen throughout the course of the trial. So
we didn't even launch a defense. We didn't even mount a defense because we're literally sitting in this courtroom. Well, first of all, the first 2 weeks was all Chris Barber, and I think I said to him one day, like, is this a Chris Barber show? Like, when's it my turn? Right?
Chris Barber's got kind of a big mouth on social media.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard.
right. But we just watched all these videos that you guys have all seen, you know, like, we're peaceful, please respect the police, and, you know, respect the rule of law, and if you're going to come and be violent or threatening, then don't come. We don't want you here. So when it came time to mount a defense, we just didn't call any evidence because we haven't seen anything that we need to defend ourselves against.
So going forward, it's Bill 63. Just be careful what you put on the internet. They will use it against you in every respect.
It's forever. We're going back to trial August the 13th. We've got 3 days, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and then we just found out we've got the following Friday. And the judge has requested written arguments now, so which is great. She thinks that we can be wrapped up on the 23rd, and then it'll just be waiting for the decision. So finally, I mean, this has just been unbelievable, like unprecedented. And it's funny, if you follow me on social media, I try to troll Stephen Guilbeault as much as I can because he's a convicted criminal. And he was convicted of mischief. And you know how long his trial lasted? 0.
And if he can be the environment minister with a mischief charge,
right.
What does that make us?
What can we do, Chris? I think he should be the PM and I should be his deputy PM. That's what I think.
I do appreciate that.
Let me be clear. I got it.
I'll let you go political if you want. I find I'm a much better critic than I would be a politician. So at the end of the day, we still have a business to run. I've been very thankful that my son Jonathan has been basically been running the business for the last year while I've been out east and just monitoring it here and there. So we've got family at home supporting us. We've got people all across this country supporting us. Anytime we're in public, we see people that notice us and give us appreciation. You've seen a little bit of hate. For some reason, they don't come at me personally.
Because you're a giant. But it was funny now, this trip out east, people, you can kind of tell right away by the way that they look at you. And so I'd walk into a room and somebody would look at me and I could see their mouth open and then they'd immediately see Chris come in behind me and it would be like, zip, nope. But it's mostly love. We're very blessed. And, people come up to me all the time and they say, I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. And I say, don't be, because this is what Canada needed to see happen. And again, throughout the whole thing, I mean, it was just as much spiritual for a lot of us as anything else. And I had a lady ask me today, like, what did you say to yourself, when they arrested you and you were in jail? And I said, multiple times a day, thy will, not my will. We knew that we were safe and protected. And I think that God used us and others to expose a lot of what's going on. And I remember thinking when I was arrested, I was like, okay, God, I guess you're not done with me yet. So let's go, let's dance, let's do this, They picked on the wrong grandma, put it that way.
I think when the handcuffs went on me, the first thing I thought was, yeah, I get to sleep.
Yes, that's so true. But it's so true. Did you
never,
get shackles too?
No, just handcuffs.
Oh, wow, that's no fun.
But I didn't know this. I've made 47 years of my life never being arrested, never being in the back of a police car, never being in a holding cell, never having handcuffs on. It's not the most comfortable place in the world, as probably Chris can contest to there.
No.
There was no sleep.
It was cold and awful, and I was lucky when I was in the police station the first time that one of the officers actually gave me their sweater, because it was wet that day, remember? It was kind of misty and rainy, and I got in there, and all my clothes were wet, and it was just this big cement slab, and yeah, it was cold.
So going forward, something that really touched me today was watching the video before Brian and Eva came up, and watching the people that were together in those videos and seeing the unity and the love and the peace. And I know lately we've fallen from that. There's a lot of it seems to be fighting or infighting or negativity, or that we've kind of lost our way when it comes to looking back at 2022 in January and seeing where everybody was then and then seeing where everybody is now. And there's got to be a way to get back to that.
It's called finding common ground. And I want to tell you a real quick story about this, because we always talk about the left. I hate labels, period. But anyways, we're just for the sake of time. You know, we always talk about the left and how terrible they are. And I was at an event in Medicine Hat, Alberta that was, well, it was a book signing event. No, sorry, it was a Canadians for Truth event that I was speaking at. And this reporter came in who has an independent channel in Medicine Hat, and he's very left-leaning, very controversial. And what I saw happen from my team was very disturbing. They were taunting him. There was this like mob mentality. They were clapping in his face and trying to get him kicked out. And I thought, wow, they're the same. We're the same. And that's the stuff that has to stop. That's what we were talking about yesterday. We can always find common ground. 10% of the people, don't even worry about it, because they're just not going to like you just because. And that's fine. But you can always find common ground with someone. You just have to try. And the other thing I had talked about yesterday was you get to choose if you're going to help heal the division or if you're going to contribute to it. That's a choice that we all make. And it starts with you and it starts with me. And individually, that is how we win this.
On more than one occasion, I've been able to reach out to the people that were probably the most vicious to me on social media and find common ground, to the one extent that we actually met a person in Montreal last fall and actually sat and had a visit together. This is somebody that was very vile on social media, and just through conversation and almost a dare, I bet you wouldn't have the balls to come and sit and meet with me. And of course, my answer was yes. So we spent about 2 hours having a conversation, and now we're fairly decent friends. We're not politically on the same side, but at least we're civil to each other, and there's a difference there. So we can do that.
Yes, we can.
Going forward,
What's next?
I think the big thing is getting these people through their legal fees. We've been working with the Justice Center. Most people know the Justice Center is looking after a portion of my criminal charges, as well as Tamara, the Democracy Fund, has been looking after hers. So between the two of us, we're bouncing off $750,000 in legal fees.
$750,000 for mischief.
But we're
Isn't that crazy? It's called lawfare. But again, we kind of have to wear it like a badge of honor, because that shows how scared they are and how scared they are of you when you come together. And from a place of love, right? Exactly. That they don't like that. I think the money scared them a lot. You know, the donations that came in obviously blew us away. And I'm sure that scared them, but I know what scared them the most was when they saw Canadians standing together, all coming from a place of love. We weren't an angry mob, you know. It was just so beautiful, and it was amazing, yeah.
But we also watched the disinformation from legacy media tear us to pieces. We were right off the bat, and that message was spread right from the Prime Minister's office. And
Yes, it was. We were basically every kind of ist and phobe you can be, right?
We were. Australia, Britain,
Bolivia.
Holland. Yeah,
there was a
Holland.
convoy in Bolivia. Like, wow. Yes, yeah. I bet you no one saw that coming either, eh? In Canada? Like, it was the most passive and polite and peaceful protest of all time. Yes, it was, yeah. I mean, we certainly never expected that to happen. I remember when, well, my expectations was like, oh, well, maybe like raise $20,000 and these trucks will drive there and Chris will get out with a little sign and stand there for a little while and then hop back in his truck and come home. But that wasn't quite in the cards.
And as we cross this country, we've seen exactly what Canada was made of. So I can't help but see a Canadian flag on the side of the highway now on the drive to Ottawa for trial and think that we maybe had something to do with that. I know there was a lot of Canadian flags before,
I can't sing "O Canada" anymore without crying.
One of the big things I've spent my lifetime trucking across the border in the United States, as most people know. And one of the things I've always looked up to is the Americans and how high they flew the Stars and Stripe. And I always thought, why can't we do that in Canada? And through the convoy, we actually did, and I think we've done that a lot more since. We look at that flag now with a sense of pride a lot more than we did before. So I'm thankful for that.
We're very lucky, very lucky. So thank you to you guys again for supporting our journey, for being a part of our journey, and for always coming from that place of love that we always talked about in all of our videos. And another thing that has been discussed here a lot is forgiveness. And it's very hard to forgive some of these people after what they've done. But, you know, people ask me all the time, well, how do you stay so positive? And I'm just not an angry person. Like, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to put my energy there. And that's my choice, right? And, I mean, and the other thing is humor. I mean, the whole thing is so ridiculous that, you know, we have to laugh about what they're doing, you know. I grew up in small towns in Saskatchewan. I'm like not a domestic terror, no, sorry. Ideologically motivated violent extremist. All the scary words.
I even have, and like Eva said before, with, you know, the Chris Barber, the activist, I don't consider myself an activist. I consider myself a blue-collar worker. I yelled at my windshield for many months through COVID until, you know, and even going so far as to become vaccinated in December of 2022 to keep my career, to keep my customers away from the big carriers that the government was basically handing over to them. So I learned to have a voice, and then that voice transpired into something that has become what it is now, and anybody can do that. I'm just an average clown on the highway, and there's a lot more people out there that are able and willing to stand.
Yep, and we're going to do it together. We got a country to save, everyone. And I think when we left, you know, we thought when the trucks were going to leave Ottawa that was going to be the end of it. But what we now know is that was just the beginning. We have a lot of work to do, and we're gonna get there. Somebody, I think yesterday said, you know, is there any hope? We always have hope. That's the one word that we heard the most all across this country. Don't lose your hope, whatever happens.
And regardless of the decision, when the judge reads the verdict, we've already won, regardless.
Yes.
So,
yes,
thank
we
you,
have.
everybody.
Thank you.
So much respect to Chris and Tamara. I do remember back in 2021, 2022, seeing all the madness that was going on in this country. And one of the things that is there are a lot of things that are just upsetting and rage-inducing that happened back during that COVID era. But one of the things that bothered me most and bothers me to this day, and I think it's just been compounded by seeing some of the imagery and videos and hearing some people speak and just kind of going through it again and hearing all of these secondhand stories, is just the fact that they made being normal illegal. Just doing normal, everyday things that you've been doing for your entire life, like going outside, like showing your face in public, like going to work, like seeing your friends, seeing your families, just normal stuff. They made a situation, which I don't think in any of our lifetimes before we've seen, where just by being a normal human being and living a normal, peaceful life, you're suddenly on the wrong side of the law. And I think what makes it even more frustrating for me is there are real criminals in this world. There are actual criminals. There are people who go around robbing, raping, murdering, assaulting, doing all kinds of terrible stuff. Some of them are in the government, I know. And the idea that just normal, decent people are facing all these charges and fines and this madness. I was in, I'm sure you guys must have connected with Topher Field. Do you guys know of Topher Field? He's in Australia. So he was one of the main people in Australia who was leading some of the protests out there. So I met with him when I was in Melbourne in 2022. He did a documentary called Battleground Melbourne. So there's some really interesting parallels between all these things that have happened in these different countries. And he's in a very similar situation. The police came to his house. They arrested him in front of his wife and his children for organizing anti-lockdown protests. I'm sure some of us probably saw that video of there was that young woman who was pregnant in Australia, and the police came and were, wanting to arrest her for Facebook posts and things like that. And these are just the ones that kind of went viral. So that's the part that I do find just genuinely frustrating, because it's so stupid. You're right, there's a weird sense of humor in it, and I think you have to laugh your way through it, or you just go mad and become very bitter and angry. But at the same time, it's just a massive injustice. It's a massive injustice. It's a huge waste of time, a huge waste of resources. This is all stuff that could be used towards something useful and to dealing with people who are actually causing problems, who want to hurt and predate on other people. And the other thing I wanted to bring up as well, because it came up a few times in your conversation, is just the concept of division. And that is something that has always, as far as I can see, it's always been a weapon that is used by humanity against humanity, along all different kinds of lines. It could be across geographical borders, races, ethnicities, genders, religious beliefs, ideological beliefs. They managed to divide multiple populations around the entire world about whether or not someone had taken an injection. I've never seen that before. Vaccines are not new. Vaccines have existed for far longer than I've been alive. But this whole concept that you can divide any population, the UK, Canada, USA, whatever, we're just going to split the population, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and we're now going to turn these sides against each other. Insanity. It shouldn't even work. If we were a more logical species, everyone would have just been like, no, that's dumb, right? I'm not abandoning my brothers and sisters and neighbors and friends and countrymen and people who have been good to me because they did or they didn't take a shot. And if the shot works, why'd you care anyway? Right? None of it makes sense. The more you think about it, the more you're just like, this is complete insanity. Make logic great again, yes. So on that note, I'm coming towards the end of my 20 points, but I think this one is very apt given what you guys just talked about and what you've been involved in. So this is point number 18 of things I learned during the pandemic, and this is that if you make people comfortable enough, they will not revolt. You can keep millions of people docile as you strip away their rights if you give them money, food, and entertainment. I believe the Roman poet Juvenal said this way, way, way back before I did when he talked about bread and circuses. Panem et circus, something like that, I think in the, what was it? Yes, there we go. So yeah, there we go. Okay, if I'm correct, I think there's a clip from the documentary that is going to play now. AV team, that's all good, yeah? Okay, cool. We're going to run this now before I introduce the next speaker.
So I would say closer to the end of 2020 was when I've always done research and I've always liked to read a lot of different, different stuff from different news outlets. But I think it was at that time where I felt like, I don't feel like we're being told the entire truth. I feel like they would like to maybe tell us the truth, but there's something holding them back from telling us what's really going on. And in the meantime, lots of people are doing all this research and you're learning all of these other things, and the mainstream media is not reporting any of it. So I think that was the first thing that sort of, caught my attention. Why are these stories being blatantly ignored? Why has no one in the mainstream media ever reported on someone's vaccine injury? To me, that is a huge story. There are people being told that they have to be vaccinated to keep their jobs, they have to be vaccinated to travel, to leave their own country. So they're being essentially forced to be vaccinated. I mean, they must know that there are people that have been seriously injured by the vaccine and have even died. How could they not know that? But you don't hear a peep about it. And that's what just makes me, it's sad, really. Why? Why are you not reporting this?
It began as a protest supporting truckers against vaccine mandates.
Oh, I'm grateful. I wasn't expecting so many people.
That's led to a warning in the nation's capital. In an email obtained by CBC News, the Sergeant-at-Arms responsible for parliamentary security told MPs protesters might show up at their homes. This is known as doxing, a process of finding and publishing personal information about a particular individual on the internet.
The convoy is attracting supporters with a wide range of views, some more extreme than others, including some Americans with massive platforms. Katie Nicholson has that part of the story.
Freedom is a repeated refrain. Those who keep tabs on the spread of misinformation online say it's a trend.
We're seeing the phrase freedom of expression being used in the context of efforts to fight misinformation. And what they're really doing is they're using these ideologically appealing notions in order to push misinformation.
The convoy even picking up endorsements from some with huge international platforms who faced criticism for spreading COVID-19 misinformation. Like Elon Musk tweeting, "Canadian truckers rule," and podcaster Joe Rogan.
It's a giant convoy of trucks.
I think the calculation from the government here is that the political risk for the Prime Minister is very small because the overwhelming majority of Canadians support mandates, and of course, most Canadians are also vaccinated.
Quite frankly, I think they're losing a lot of public support when they have members of their gang that go out and urinate on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where Corporal Cirillo was killed several years ago, guarding the tomb and the cenotaph.
They talked about how somebody, I don't know, maybe urinated on the war memorial. And I thought, well, come on Canada Day when they're vomiting on it because they've had too much alcohol. I mean, how is these minor moments the only thing you talk about?
When they go to a soup kitchen, the Shepherds of Good Hope, and demand free meals taken away from the homeless.
Every weekend we saw them organizing it a bit more. In the beginning, there was just food. Then there were socks and warm mittens. Then there was, then there were barbecues set up. Like, it was just, and I asked a lady who had this little tent with food. She was giving it, she was giving food away. There was a little donation box. And I was like, so who are you with? And she's like, I'm with myself. And that, I was like, wow, like there is, it's really like grassroots, right?
And when they drape, an upside down Canadian flag on Terry Fox's statue, the public are saying, you know what, you've lost the room, as they say.
And Terry Fox is a pretty special hero to me. I watched Terry go by a bus I was on going to summer camp when I was in elementary school. And we all stopped, and there was Terry, and he was running by. A very close friend of mine worked for the Terry Fox Foundation her entire career. I was, sending my condolences when Terry's mom, Betty, died. So I saw the Terry Fox monument, and I saw that they had put a Canadian flag on him. And he's running with his hands out in this statue, and somebody put a flag on it that said, no more mandates. Not a flag, a sign. And then in the media the next day, they said they desecrated the Terry Fox statue. Well, what Canadian isn't going to hate those guys? Except that it wasn't true. They put a flag on him that came off. they put a sign in his hands, and they came off. Desecrating a statue, technically, would be painting it, knocking it over, somehow permanently harming it. It wasn't done.
It was night and day. I mean, the narrative that the mainstream media was going with was there are a bunch of thugs taking over downtown Ottawa and making life a living hell for people that live there and scaring residents, and they're violent and they're kooks and they're anti-government and they're anti-vaxxers. And then you get onto social media accounts or you go search out independent journalists and you find that it is in fact not like that one bit.
People live in the downtown. They're sick and tired of the diesel fumes and the honking of the horn. Their kids can't get to sleep. They feel fearful.
And I've heard so many stories from friends who do live right in this area that they were harassed, that they were spit upon, that they were called names, that they were followed home, that there were rape threats, that there were death threats. So yeah, I basically didn't leave my house for 3 weeks. It was terrifying.
I've been homeless here in Ottawa for years. It was awesome. There was actually, the crime went down while they were here, no problem. Again, even the police had to admit, like, crime was down over 90%.
And the same with our business community. Today, as you know, Michael, is the first day restaurants can open up again at 50% capacity and cinemas and so on. And many of the small businesses in the downtown are afraid to open up. That shouldn't be the case in a civil society like ours.
So everything down here was closed. I was out of work for God knows how long, for about 2 months. And it was right after the lockdowns as well. So that was very unfortunate for us being in restaurants. That kind of was a catalyst towards everything else closing down, because it was getting too dangerous. Like, I didn't want to go out at nighttime or anything.
They asked us to pay their rent. Exactly pay the rent with those so-called mandates. I would say 75% are Christians, born-again Christian, truly. And the other 25 are, from the world, but they were friendly, very friendly. Matter of fact, there's a lady from the Chucker who comes and wipe the tables for us because they got very dirty.
The next morning, I wake up at my hotel, which was right downtown Ottawa, listening to the horns honking all night long. And I turned on the morning news, the Ottawa Morning News. And I was shocked at the story they were telling.
Swastikas and Nazi flags were seen at the Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa over the weekend. I spoke to one hate crime researcher Monday who says politicians at the local level need to do more to prevent these symbols of hate from being shown at protests.
They had a still shot of a swastika flag, and no television show likes a still shot of anything. They like moving pictures. That's what they do. So somebody had snapped a picture of this thing. I had spent probably 16 hours on the ground the day before, and I was back and forth, probably 50 times. And I didn't see a swastika flag.
I'm Gillian Findlay on this edition of The Fifth Estate, our nation's capital, besieged.
We should be able to trust our media, right? Like, media should tell the news. That's what the news should do. It should tell, this is what's happening. You interpret it yourself. All they needed to do, like the streamers, is just show what's happening. Like, you don't even need to, some of these guys, they didn't even really have commentary. They just showed what was happening, and the truth spoke for itself about what a beautiful thing it was.
Occupying streets, harassing people, breaking the law. This is not a peaceful protest.
But who was going to end it?
If the police have a strategy, it sure as heck isn't obvious to us.
Police seemed helpless.
Take me down, asshole!
At times, even complicit. As the demonstrators garnered support around the country and the world.
We want those great Canadian truckers to know that we are with them all the way.
What became clear is that these were no ordinary protests.
This extremist movement is born in Canada, raised in Canada, and has proliferated in Canada.
Guys, here we are, downtown Ottawa. Holy!
The organizers, not simply the COVID-weary Canadians they claimed to be. 14 would be arrested, 4 charged with conspiracy to murder police officers.
The government clearly messaged very strongly an intention for Canada to hate these people.
Tonight, where it started, how it grew, and how all that anger has changed this country, maybe forever.
And the message on the street was love. I saw only flags of love that said the word love. People painting it on themselves, people saying free hugs. It was love, love, love. And he told Canada that they were symbols of hate, that they were people who hated.
The difference was division. There was a huge division of what was going on from what was being said.
And so, of course, that's going to drive a wedge. People who I love in my extended family and friends are telling me, oh, you know what those truckers are really about? If you want to know what they're about, they're really, the quietness is the little secret is that they're racists and they're white supremacists. And I would say, well, as somebody who went there and spent 4 days on the ground interviewing them, I can tell you that they might be, but they certainly weren't talking about it on that day. They were talking about masks, they were talking about vaccines, and they were talking about lockdowns, and they were talking about the infringement of their right to work and earn a living. I spent 20 years as a journalist in Canada. I was about 8 years at the CBC as a producer and a reporter in the news and current affairs departments in both CBC radio and television nationally. And I spent another 8 years as a foreign correspondent for CTV News. I was the foreign correspondent in the Middle East, based in Jerusalem. I was their foreign correspondent. I opened their India bureau in 1996. I ran it for 3.5 years and lived there. And I also worked as the foreign correspondent in China. I was based there for 2 years. Most significantly during the SARS outbreak. So I was up close and personal with the World Health Organization, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the emergence of that virus and how various countries were reacting to it. So I had some level of expertise in this particular story, but mostly I had been a journalist and a foreign correspondent long enough that it came in handy when I happened to be in Ottawa when the trucks rolled in. I decided on the second day to do what a newsman would do. I would respond to the news, which was the Prime Minister calling this a far-right extremist movement designed to overthrow the government. That's a pretty big accusation. It was a joke. It was worse than a misread. It was an intentional obfuscation of what was going on, which was a dissatisfaction with the lingering mandates that were going on. And everybody in the place would have said, yeah, sure, I get it, a year ago, 2 years ago, but here we are in 2022. Can we please have our lives back? So in response to what the Prime Minister said, I decided, well, let me go out and see if I can find evidence of that. I interviewed the first trucker. He was a Jamaican man, and he told me in his Jamaican accent, do I look like a white supremacist to you? I went to driver after driver after driver. Many of them were men of color. Many of them were white, Caucasian, and they all said the same thing. I don't know where he's getting that. None of them used foul language. None of them were angry. None of them raised their voices. They were eloquent, they were sincere, and they were meek. All of them that I spoke to. I didn't find one that wasn't. The standard that I worked to in Canadian journalism for 20 years was not being followed. It was as though they were Googling what was happening. Although the CBC is one block, it's on Spark Street, the pedestrian mall, right next to the Parliament buildings. All they had to do was probably further to walk to their car than it was to walk to the protest. And they didn't seem to be there. Now, they may have been there, but they certainly weren't telling what was happening. So why weren't they telling what was happening? It's an extraordinary thing for a career newsman to say, I don't believe the Canadian news anymore, because I witnessed it firsthand and they told the opposite of the truth. They didn't simply get a couple of things wrong. They told a false narrative that was being fed down the throat of Canadians, and they were doing the feeding. They were holding the feeding tube, and it was just wrong. And it was harmful because then you had people all across Canada who weren't in Ottawa, who couldn't come and see the celebration for themselves, saying, well, you know, those truckers are really making a lot of noise. I mean, they're really, what would you do if you couldn't get to your cancer appointment? Well, you could get to your cancer appointment. I don't know how they found these stories, but I walked all over the place here and I drove all over the place. It took longer for sure, but there's nowhere you couldn't get. You can do a quick search and find half a dozen retractions and apologies by the CBC in the last 6 months, and all of them are to do with COVID, almost all of them. some of them are reprehensible. Some of them appear intentional. The CBC reported live that somehow the Russian administration was involved in funding this thing in order to destabilize Canada.
I don't know if it's far-fetched to ask, but there is concern that Russian actors could be continuing to fuel things as this protest grows, but perhaps even instigating it from the outset.
And a month and a half later, they retract it. We've got no evidence that that happened. And that's partially because the head of FINTRAC, our financial security investigative service in Canada, examined and declared that there was no foreign influence of any consequence.
Crazy to relive all this. Okay, I would like to now present the final keynote speaker of the day before the panel. And this is the president of Vaccine Choice Canada, Ted Coons. Welcome back to the stage.
Today is a historic day. Today, we are announcing the launch of a legal challenge against the Ontario government. We declare that the Ontario government has violated and continues to violate our rights and freedoms as guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Like any other medical treatment, the right to choose does not belong to the state. It belongs to the individual in consultation with their physicians. We're going to hold the government accountable by conducting an evidence-based discussion in a court of law.
As everyone has said, this moment has been a long time coming, and I'm very, very grateful to all of you in the room, for the people who have been watching at home who can't be here. Thank you for taking part in the defense of medical freedom. That is what this is all about, and the right to choose whether or not to vaccinate.
The choice to exercise parental rights to informed consent is supported by the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, the Nuremberg Code, the Professional Code of Ethics, and all provincial acts.
I own my body, and I'm not going to let the government come in. I don't care what they write on the piece of paper. I am not ruled by paper. And if I have to die to protect myself and my children, I will do that. I have no problem. I have no problem doing that.
We stand here as the new freedom keepers. We will not be silenced. We will not go away. And we will not stop until our rights and freedoms are restored.
Thank you. That was back in 2019. And the reason that we launched legal action against the Government of Ontario is they were forcing Ontario parents who declined even one vaccine for their child to attend school to sign an affidavit that said that they were knowingly putting their child's life at risk. And if they didn't sign that affidavit, they didn't get an exemption, and their child couldn't attend school. They also forced every parent who declined even one vaccine to attend an education session to get their mind right. So at Vaccine Choice Canada, we felt they had gone too far. You may not know the history of Vaccine Choice Canada. We actually began in 1982. Ontario was the first government in Canada that mandated childhood vaccines for kids to go to school. And the legislation that was introduced in 1982 had no provision for personal belief or religious exemption, which meant that every child had to be vaccinated. A group of parents fought that legislation for 2 years, and in 1984, ironically the same year as my son was injured, they got new legislation introduced that allowed for personal belief and religious exemptions. That happened because a group of parents stood up to the government and refused to comply with those illegal mandates. There's one other province in Canada that has vaccine mandates for kids to go to school, New Brunswick. And in 2019, they had personal belief and religious exemptions, and they introduced new legislation to remove personal belief and religious exemptions. Hard to believe that in 2019, we're taking away exemptions and forcing vaccines on our children. So Vaccine Choice Canada brought in a number of international experts and Canadian experts to present to a subcommittee that was formed to hear expert evidence on the safety and efficacy of vaccines. And we were given 3 days to provide testimony. Each speaker got to speak for 30 minutes exactly. And I have to say that for the first 2 days, it felt like we were participating in an exercise of futility. It felt like they had already made their decision. They were going to move this legislation forward, and they were just giving the illusion of democracy, of public input. But something happened on the third day. The public health officer was testifying about why it was important to introduce these vaccine mandates, and the argument made was because there were 11 cases of measles in the province of New Brunswick. Now, we had a few of the legislative elected members that were actually working with us. They were on our side, and they would ask us to provide them with some questions that they could put forward. So one of the questions we put forward and suggested they ask the public health officer is, of those 11 children that got measles, how many of them were vaccinated? So what do you think the public health officer said? I can't give you that information because it's private. So the MLA persisted, and they said, well, listen, I'm not looking for names. I'm looking for a number between 0 and 11. And again, the public health officer refused. And you could have heard a pin drop when she refused to give that information. And the legislators looked at each other, and they knew something was wrong. And as it went forward, they defeated that bill. We did a Freedom of Information request to find out how many of those 11 children were vaccinated. 9 of 11 were fully vaccinated. 1 was partially vaccinated, and 1 was unvaccinated. But it took us a year to get that information. That's the tyranny we're living in Canada today. And it just didn't start 4 years ago. It didn't start in 1982. It's been going on, at least with vaccines, for 225 years. I had the pleasure of interviewing Dr. Suzanne Humphreys last week as part of Vaccine Choice Canada live interviews that we do. And she wrote the book Dissolving Illusions. And she was a nephrologist and working in a conventional hospital. And she saw, her job is people that have severe kidney disorders and require dialysis, and her job is to get them back to state of health. And what she was noticing is that her patients that were doing well all of a sudden would suddenly just, their health would decline. And she tried to figure out what was happening. What she noticed is when she wasn't paying attention, they were vaccinating her patients with the flu vaccine. And so she went to the chief administrator and she asked them to stop doing that to her patients because they were causing a problem. And they effectively, over a course of time, pushed her out of that hospital for saying she didn't want her very sick patients injected with the flu vaccine. And at that point, she believed in vaccines, and so she decided to do her own research. And she looked at the first vaccine, then the next one, then the next one, and the next one, and she decided all of them are a problem. And they are. We're being lied to on a massive scale. We're being deceived. And the lie is just not about vaccines. The lie is bigger than that. You know, Arthur said that Canada is fallen, and it has. Umar said that we're not living in a democracy, and we're not. Those are all lies. We have a lot of work to do. One of the lies that I am most offended by is what they're telling our pregnant moms about the COVID shot. And so, again, beautiful citizens who just rise up to the occasion to do their homework began to collect the evidence from the Pfizer-Moderna contracts with the government of Canada. They went and looked at the actual evidence. They filed Freedom of Information requests. And then they compared that information to what our public health officials were saying on TV. And I want to show you that clip to show you how badly they lied to us. If you would run that, please.
For the vaccine clinical trials, didn't include pregnant women, certainly these initial clinical trials. But there's no biological reason why the vaccine wouldn't be effective and safe during pregnancy. The National Advisory Committee on Immunization has also said, look, we know that the clinical trials didn't include this group, but
Everybody who's pregnant, when your vaccine time comes up, it absolutely is something that you should do, and we do encourage that. There's lots of good data now that supports they are safe and effective in pregnancy. And just last week we had a study that showed that protective antibodies are transmitted through breast milk to the infant as well. So I encourage all pregnant women. I can say unequivocally, these vaccines do not affect fertility, both in women or in boys or in young men. They do not affect fertility. There's no way that they can do that.
There's no reason to be worried about impacts on fertility from the COVID-19 vaccines. Theoretically, we're not worried about it. There's no reason that the reproductive system would be involved in the response to the vaccine. And we also have more than a year's worth of data that shows us that there's no association or concern on fertility and pregnancy outcomes from the COVID-19 vaccine.
There is good safety data so far with the vaccines in pregnancy, and no reason to believe that we will see concerns, particularly related to pregnancy.
COVID-19.
But it is also safe. It has been tested. We are recommending that women who are pregnant do receive the vaccine for the protection of themselves, protection of their baby as well. And that is has been proven. It has been accepted by the Health Canada, by the World Health Organization, by the FDA. And this is something that we want to make sure that we can protect everyone. Women who are pregnant, it is entirely safe and recommended for them to receive the vaccine for themselves, their own protection, the safety of their loved one.
So this is the first time this video is being shown. It was done at 2 o'clock in the morning last night. And it was done by people in this room. You know, there are those that say, you know, our government is broken, our courts are broken, our law enforcement is broken, our media is broken. That's one way of looking at it. The other way is to say it's doing exactly what it's intended to do. I think Canada's in a lot of trouble. And I think we need to recognize that we're on the edge of a cliff. And if we don't stand up real fast and defend our rights and freedoms and take responsibility for this country, not only will we lose Canada, but we will lose our humanity. And so this is a call to action. And I want to honor all of you because you're here because you heard the call. And we might think that we need everybody to be on board. We don't. We just need enough of us to be loud and strong and solid in our authority. If I have any criticism of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it's that I think we should have called it the Charter of Rights, Responsibilities, and Freedoms. With every right, there's a responsibility. And I'll ask for penance for my own lack of responsibility. I didn't do the homework to make an informed decision for my son's vaccination, but I also haven't been what I now realize is a responsible citizen of this country. I haven't participated as I ought to in the accountability that's required if we're going to live in a free and just society. And I suspect many of you would also own that guilt. We thought somehow having a piece of paper that said what our Charter of Rights and Freedoms were was enough. Turns out it's not. We thought that voting every 4 years was enough, and it's not. One of the things that I'm most disturbed by is that this decline in Canada happened on my watch. It happened in my lifetime. And I think we all need to look at how did we get to this place where we missed the destruction of our country. I believe what we're witnessing is a controlled demolition. And what they've got in mind for us is full enslavement. And there are many people that can't hear this message because it's too dark. The lie is too big. But it's the truth. At the National Citizens Inquiry that we just recently held in Regina, Alan Hinsberger was one of the witnesses that testified, and I don't know how many of you know Alan, but he started up the first Christian radio station in Canada many years ago, 40 or 50 years ago. And then he started up the first Christian TV station in Canada. And so he was one of our witnesses. And after he testified, one of the questions that was asked of him by the commissioners is, why would God let this happen? And Alan said, so we can see how evil really is. I think this is actually an incredible time. The bad news is we've been lied to. The good news is we're starting to recognize that. I believe this is part of humanity's awakening. As I said, my career and my profession was a psychotherapist. And so I worked with people that came in every day that were suffering. And one of the things that I learned is that the suffering would push them to look at things that they didn't want to look at. And through the work of confronting what was happening in their life and helping them to take some responsibility for it, their lives transformed, and they often moved to a place of living much happier, richer, more fulfilling lives. But a key piece of it was taking responsibility. Almost everybody would come into my office and they'd say, would you help me change my wife? Or would you help me change my husband? Or would you help me change my kids? And I'd say, no, I can't do that. But if you would like to change, I can help you with that. I came to the understanding that suffering is the gateway to wisdom. And what I'm hopeful about is that the suffering that is happening now is global. No one is escaping the suffering. And even if they don't admit it, they're suffering. And through that suffering, I believe that we are coming to understand what's really important. And it's not being able to travel or go to the bar or all those kinds of things. There's something even more important than that. It's not even about our health. It's about our freedom. It's about our dignity. It's about our humanity. And maybe we had to lose those things, or they had to be so severely threatened before we finally recognized the threat and stood up and began to be different. In my work with people in my counseling practice, one of the things that I would do is I would try to assess their level of maturity. And the question I would basically ask in my head is, at what age are they acting like? Are they acting like a 40-year-old, or a 20-year-old, or a 12-year-old, or a 6-year-old? And part of the reason that I would look for that information or that answer is I believe that trauma arrests our development. And if they were acting like a 12-year-old, then my question was, tell me what happened at the age of 12. And that question by itself often provoked crying, because it's like you put your finger on something that hasn't been healed. I think we've all been traumatized. I think we've got work to do that healing. But there's things that come before healing. And these are not my words. These are Grant Abraham. I've had his book out on the Vaccine Choice Canada table. Grant wrote a book called The Battle for the Soul of Canada. And he says, before you can get to healing, you have to have truth. And then you have to have justice. And then you can get to healing. The reason for censorship is because they don't want us to know the truth. I was given the opportunity to give closing remarks at the NCI that we had over the 3 days, and one of the statements that I made that came to my realization while listening to the hearings is that the world is divided into two people: those who want to know the truth and those who don't, but also those who want others to know the truth and those who don't want others to know the truth. We have to fight against the censorship. We have to fight against the deception. We have to fight against the lies. We have to fight against our own self-censorship. This is a time to be brave. This is a time to risk everything. As Jason Christoff said in that little video clip, I am not ruled by paper. And if I have to die to protect my children, I will. There's a map of consciousness. Would you put that slide on the screen, please? I don't know how many of you are familiar with the work of David Hawkins. He wrote the book, many books, but one that I really liked is Power versus Force. And I have to admit that before I read his book, I didn't know the difference between power and force. I probably thought of those two things as the same. And they're very different. And what the government is doing to us is force. And when we stand in our authority, we have power. His thesis, his theory is that every emotion, every thought has a vibration. It has a frequency. And it's a low frequency or a high frequency. And he calibrated emotions and thoughts on a scale between 0 and actually 1,000. I've just taken a condensed chart of his map of consciousness. And I think you might find this very interesting. The lowest emotion is shame. Isn't it interesting how throughout the mandates, what they tried to do is shame us? They know exactly what they're doing. Guilt, make us feel guilty. Fear. We talked about anger yesterday. There's a place for anger. But what I think is important is that we actually be in charge of our anger instead of our anger being in charge of us. I suspect when Pastor Arthur was angry and yelling at those Nazis, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was fully in charge of that. He was coming from a place of love, but he used anger as a tool. But if you're stuck in anger, that's a whole different story. That line is the difference between disease and health. If you're functioning below the line, you're going to get sick. If you move above the line, you start to get healthy. And so the first thing over the line is courage. Interesting, huh? You move up. Willingness, acceptance, love, joy, peace. The reason that Trudeau had to shut down the trucker convoys because the amount of love that was in Ottawa. That's what made him so afraid. And the reasons Canadians came out onto those highway overpasses on the side of the roads is they felt the love. Nobody had to tell them that. They could feel it. They were drawn to it. It was interesting noticing on the Friday night when we had a dinner for folks, and I watched all the selfies happening as people got to see each other and want to have their picture taken with different people. And I thought, do you know who has the most selfies being asked for in the entire group? Chris and Tamara. And I thought, we had Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, we had Dr. Drew Pinsky. We had all of these people that so-called have international recognition. And who did people want to have their picture taken with? Tamara and Chris. That says something about us. We got this, but we have to recognize this is ours. Nobody's coming to rescue us. If we think it's Pierre Poilievre, it's not. If we think it's John Rustad, it's not. If we think it's anybody else, it's not. And if we think that our work is about changing somebody else, I would suggest please look at yourself in the mirror and ask the question, what do I need to do different? What am I holding on to that's not true? What do I need to let go of? What am I afraid of? How can I stand taller? Where am I giving away my authority? Where am I giving away my power? I would suggest our work is to be the best we can be. And that's how we'll change this world. As I said a few minutes ago, I actually think this is a transformative time. This has the potential to transform humanity to a different level of consciousness. And I would invite you to embrace every moment of this. This is a remarkable time. And not only do we get to meet incredible people who have demonstrated how to stand up, but it's also a time that we discover how incredible we are. God bless you all. Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. There's a lot of people in this room. I'm going to need to get on my podcast this year. Fantastic. So we're going to have the final panel coming up soon. So let's take another 10-minute break, please. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom or anything, and we will be back here in 10 minutes. Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please return to your seats and let's bring the volume level down. If we can just get everyone seated again, please. Let's get everybody back in. Awesome. So just before the panel, I would like to introduce another speaker. And this is Natalie from Calgary.
Hi, everybody. I know that you're not all here to hear me speak at all. I'm just Natalie from Calgary. I've been volunteering, and I've just been loving interacting with all of you over the course of the weekend. And I wanted to talk to you, though, a little bit about what we've done in Alberta, because it occurs to me that you have an event happening this fall. I heard something. An election? Okay. And I thought maybe I could say a few things about what we've done in Alberta, because I feel like, well, we managed to get rid of Jason Kenney, the liar. Well, we have a Nenshi now, but we got rid of Dina Hinshaw. And I believe we have, the most freedom-loving premier in the country. Whether or not you agree with me, that's what I think. Now, in organizing this conference and in working with all of you, I have noticed a difference between what we did in Alberta to be successful and what I've seen happening here. And I wanted to just speak to that a little bit and hopefully encourage and inspire some of you to take all of the wonderful information and inspiration that you've heard from all of these people that have been involved in various solutions over the course of the last 4 years, and consider if you yourself have a part to play specifically in the next few months. What might not be obvious is that Danielle Smith won the election technically by about 2,300 votes in 6 swing ridings in Calgary. My father door-knocked in one of those ridings relentlessly, and that riding was won by 600 votes. And I know from maybe the outside, for the rest of Canada, thinks Alberta is like, we're like Texas of Canada, like it'll go conservative. That's a good thing. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you might just have the assumption that it's always going to go that way in Alberta, but it's not. And I know that there are a lot of solutions and a lot of ways that we feel disappointed in our politicians, like not producing the results that we know are needed and that we want right now. But I'm a very pragmatic person. And in the absence of a revolution, all I see is that you have a choice in the fall. Like a very clear, it's going to go one way or the other. And it's already going in a particular direction, and you can work to steer in another direction. Like, you can do that. And we did do that in Alberta. And it was a lot of work, and it was a lot of very focused effort, and it was a lot of doing things I don't want to do, including a little bit speaking to this many people all at once. But you never know what's going to happen. Okay, so I believe that some of the people that have also been working to put on this conference and volunteering in so many ways, bcrising.ca, I think that's the right website. Yes, some of you are already involved. I think that they're organizing. And of course, you can always just go straight to your constituency association and offer to volunteer and door knock and get involved. But I would, I really want for you all to be able to make some moves and get some traction against the onslaught of ideological governance that you're currently experiencing. And I feel like you have an opportunity, and I would be remiss if I didn't say so. So, I'm just Natalie from Calgary. I'm just making a suggestion and giving you some options. And I think I'm going to hopefully visit a little bit with the people from BC Rising and figure out what I can do to help teach a little bit about what we did in Alberta. So I'd love to see you there. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so before we do the panel, we are going to do the second draw. So I would like to invite Bryce back up to the stage here. So we are going to be giving away 3 ounces of silver?
Yep.
Okay.
So just before I do that, I just want to leave you guys with a couple of things. It's been a real honor to be here this weekend and talk with a whole bunch of you about what's happening in the world. And I didn't have enough time to say this yesterday, so I'll just be really brief with this. The other thing that I said about the hand of change, there's the other side to that. There's actually 2 hands, and the other hand is this. Okay, very, very, very simple. Everybody needs to understand this because this is what we face, because we face some really dark times. Skills, assets, resources, protection, community. And now what everybody needs to understand is that you have to be building community where you live. Everybody flew in here from all over the world, all over Canada. And you have to take these ideas, everything that you learned in this conference, and implement. We are facing a war for our survival. So everybody needs to be cognizant of this is it. This is what we face. And so if you do nothing, you get nothing, right? There's a lot of people that are leaving Canada because they think Canada is done. I am going nowhere. This is my home, and they are trying to take it from us. Fuck that. Ain't happening. So I'll leave you with this. And so there's an immense amount of appreciation that I have for all the speakers and everybody that attended today. So I want to leave you with this mantra. Never give up, never surrender. Sure.
Ian Glass.
Anybody?
Sure.
Here? Yes. Okay. Oh, okay, yes. Nice. Yeah.
Do they need to come up or no?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
There you go, brother. Thanks, sir.
Nice. Okay. 2 more. Oh. It's just the windshield. There we go. Erica Massey. Yeah. And I'll do the last one. Let's go. And last but not least, Raven Eagle Eye.
Somebody asked for me to repeat that at the end, so it was skills, assets, resources, protection, community. And the other thing was never give up, never surrender. So thank you all very much for coming.
Amazing. Okay, so we are about to get into the final panel of the day. So I would like to invite back onto the stage Clyde. Do something, please. I love it. Ted? Chris Scott? And David. Okay, so this panel is about the future. Over the last 2 days, we have talked a lot about problems. We've talked a lot about various issues and potential solutions. So I think what's important now is, especially given the name of this whole project, We Unify, I'd like to steer the conversation towards unification and the future. We don't want to black pill everybody. We don't want people to think that there is no hope and there's just all these problems and there aren't solutions. So let's talk about a positive vision for the future and what practical things people can do in various areas so that they can get involved with this. So who would like to start?
I'll jump in on that one.
Okay.
I'll jump in. Yeah, there we go. So I think the first step is don't buy what they're selling. They want to sell you division. They want to get you angry at your neighbors. They want to get you angry at other people. You saw yesterday, there wasn't much of a turnout today, but there was a protest against this event. Exactly. And those people, they didn't even know what they were angry about. It had nothing to do with what was going on in here. But you can always find those people, try to communicate with people if they're going nuts. Obviously avoid that. But finding, common ground and just don't buy it. Every time people start to unify on one ground, they'll come out with something new for you to be divided and angry about. We have currently right now these protests that are happening all over Canada about conflict that's happening overseas, and they're using that to divide. If it wasn't that conflict, it was another conflict before, and then it was COVID. So yeah, I recommend people just don't buy what they're selling. Look at what's actually happening. We have so much really in common. We actually have way less to fight over than we have in common, so stick with that.
There's another thing too. We have to think about what it is that we're hopeful for. Like when you talk about having hope, what is it that you have hope for? Is it that things are going to turn out exactly the way you imagine they will be if things were great for you? Right? Is that what we should be hopeful for? Should I be hopeful that all of my COVID debt will be settled, my restaurant will be prosperous, and I'll just make hamburgers for the rest of my life? Tamara said it. What we should be hopeful for is thy will be done. It doesn't matter what happens if we realize, first off, that everything happens exactly the way that it's supposed to, and our job is just to do what we know is right. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. We can't be black-pilled or we can't be left hopeless if we're putting our hope in something greater than ourselves. And that's, yeah. And that's what's kept me mostly out of, depression for these last few years, is that every time something happens that I think is a disaster and it's so bad for me, we get through it, and then I look back and I'm like, oh yeah, maybe getting hit by that train was actually a good thing, right? Well, I mean, I instead of having that Jeep, now I have a diesel Jeep and I like it better. So I mean, there's a silver line to everything. But I just want to make sure that everyone knows that when you're hopeful, your hope has to be placed in something that's bigger than ourselves. Otherwise, you could end up being let down.
I think one of the other things that we miss is how quickly we adapt to what's going on. And it's one of the reasons the media paints, a crisis every day, because when you get into this crisis state. But think about what it was like 12 months ago. Much worse. Like, you couldn't talk to people 2 years ago about anything. Now they're very much open. And people becoming aware is a one-way street. Okay? No one's going from being aware to falling asleep now. Okay, it's a complete one-way street. And one of the things really to understand about how we function as humans is a lot of time resistance in us not wanting to do things, procrastinating, is really just lack of clarity. We don't know what to do. But when you start thinking, I'm just going to start, because you don't need to know where the destination is, just start walking. And then, you'll find your way there. And that's where faith is so important, because it really just allows you to get going. And the other thing is that people talk about laziness, and laziness a lot of the time is just exhaustion. Okay? It's just the mind spinning over continuously. So the thing really that's really powerful is just really connect with yourself, connect with nature, connect with your connection to that that's more than you. And you'll be guided. And the future's there, and on a quiet day, the new world that's going to birth, you can hear her whispering to you.
I think we all know that this is a spiritual war. Right?
Yes.
And again, I think that if we focus all of our attention on what the other person is doing, we're missing it. Our focus should be is, who am I? What side of the fence am I on? Arthur, I was hoping you would tell that story about everybody's on the fence and God is starting to shake the fence. And you have to fall off on one side or the other. Which side are you going to fall off on? When you were talking about the media, what makes the difference is those people with integrity. So are we doing everything we can to be in our integrity? Are we being the change we want to see in the world? I believe that when we're at our highest, when we're most godlike, is when we're creative beings. They want us to be in a state of reactivity. Our job is to be creative, not reactive. And to be creative, I don't know if you know the little secret to that. What's the difference between the two words creative and reactive? It's where the C is located. If you want to create, you have to see first. So what do you want to create? What does that look like?
Okay, I've thought of what I think is going to be an interesting and enlightening question. But to make sure I have something correct first, if you're a parent, put your hand up. Okay. If you're a grandparent, keep your hand up. Okay, it's a good percentage. Okay, so we're talking about the future. And depending on how far you look into the future, none of us are going to be here to witness all of it, but we'll be here for some of it. But our children, future children, grandchildren, and so on are always going to be there for the future, as long as we really, really don't totally mess it up. So my question is, what Canada do you want your children or grandchildren to inherit?
The one I grew up in.
Okay. What does that mean?
It means we need to bring back arcades.
That was exactly what I meant. Wow.
Yeah.
All joking aside, that is something.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, things were, of course, a lot different, and I'm not nearly as old as some of you. I mean, you can tell. But things were different. I knew if I stepped out of line, my parents would deal with me. I I knew the difference between right and wrong. We could see that plainly in front of us. We could go to the arcade across town by ourselves and not worry about our safety. It was a completely different time. And I think one of the reasons, besides those type of issues that stem from ethics and values, we hadn't yet slidden into this political apathy where the bureaucracy became our new gods, right? That's happened in the last 20, 30 years. And if we need to blame anyone for that, it's really ourselves, because we control our democracy, or we're supposed to. And you know, it feels to me, although I guess I was smaller, so the world was a lot bigger, it feels to me that people were a lot freer back then. We did more things with our family, and I suppose technology played a role in limiting that, but that it was a different Canada that I remember when I was a kid, and that's what I want to leave for my kids.
I love it.
Only better.
I love it.
I want a Canada with a moral foundation. You know, some of the arguments I've heard about the charter, you know, there's lots of legal arguments about it. It's not strong enough, whatever. And what I say is that the charter is not a legal document, it's a moral document. And we ought to treat it that way. The state of Louisiana this week, I don't know if you know, they've just mandated the 10 Commandments be hung in every classroom in the state. We need to get back to what's fundamental. And that needs to be the foundation that we build everything else on. We've lost that foundation. And so I want to reclaim that. I think we need to have conversations about right and wrong and good and evil. I love that Grant Abraham's book is called The Battle for the Soul of Canada. And one of his criticisms, he says, we're having all of the wrong conversations in the shallow end of the pool. It's time that we had some serious conversations about just this question: what kind of a Canada do we want?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to leave them a Canada where the media is not funded by the taxpayer.
Okay.
There's a massive conflict of interest with the fact that the CBC is handed $1.4 billion every year to propagandize us as citizens that are supposed to be we're supposed to be making the decisions, we're supposed to be informed, and we're being misinformed. And yeah, it's not just them. The government's also funding all the other major players in media, and I'd like to see that come to an end.
I want to elaborate on that a little bit. That's a really good point, and this is something that's been on my mind for quite a while. I want to leave them a Canada where our systems aren't influenced by the financial beneficiaries to those systems. For instance, healthcare. Let's talk about healthcare. Do we have healthcare in this country, or do we have a system by which pharmaceutical companies can access tax dollars through legislation? Is that what we have? Alberta spends $23 billion a year on healthcare. $23 billion a year. It's not in the lobbyists' best interest for us to be healthy, because then they're not selling us pills and medical supplies. Our prison system in Alberta, we have men in jail right now almost 900 days without being proven guilty in a court of law, lives destroyed, and if you think about it, the financial beneficiaries to keeping people in jail are the ones that earn money from, or tax money, by running those systems. They're private corporations. And this is in every single thing. All of the extra government organizations that we deal with all access our tax dollars. They do things that aren't to our benefit in order to access more of them, including the media. And we're left like looking around being like, why is everything broken? It's because we're letting the people who financially benefit from the brokenness make the rules. And we need to change that for our kids' sake.
Mm-hmm. David, I know you're a fellow Brit.
Yeah.
But do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I just want to add the love that I've felt from just every one of you. I mean, I started working with BC Rising because I could just feel the energy. When I spoke to them, they wanted to make a change, and it was not from anger. It was from self-reflection, it's from looking inside, and it's from love, and they wanted the best. and it wasn't selfish, and it wasn't ego. And personally, I want a fair and just society. And I'd love to be able to visit Canada without
trepidation.
Yeah. Without, what I witnessed from the UK, we had it bad, but you're looking over here thinking, oh my God. Like, I got friends in Melbourne, and that was, oh my God. Yeah. Like, I mean,
my brother moved to Australia a couple of years ago, and I was like, bro, what? Like, we're a bit different in that regard, but hey.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just, I spent a lot of my time the last couple of months helping the people of Canada because, we're really all getting attacked at the same time. So whatever happens anywhere, I mean, and I just think Canada is ripe to learn from history. Because up to now, the one thing we've learned from history is that we don't learn from history. Okay? But that is an incredible awareness. Because then the question is, why don't we learn from history? Yeah, and if we start, that's part of it, and if we start asking ourselves those questions, and it really is the quality of the questions.
Yeah. I think I have an answer to that question because I've thought about it myself. So it's interesting because now I'm an adult. I find myself infinitely more interested in history than I ever was as a kid. And I don't think I'm unique in that. I think the main reason is because in most schools, when you learn history, you learn the what and the when, but you don't learn the why and the how. Yeah. So you learn certain facts and dates, and this battle happened and this happened, but there's no discussion of the psychology of the population. You can talk about World War I and World War II and this battle and this happened, and everyone imagines, of course, they would have been the good guy. They would have been the one who's fought against the Nazis and freed the slaves and ended communism and stopped every genocide and so on. Statistically, most people would have been either on the wrong side or just apathetic or scared. That's the reality, which is not something nice to think about. So I think that's why people don't think about it. But I think when you put yourself in those positions and you reflect on some of the things that are happening in our modern society, and you're just aware of that, and you're aware of the tendency for people to, as I said, go with the majority, or to not speak up because they feel that little pang of fear, to self-censor, to be so worried about their job or their money or certain things that they're imagining that they just don't take that courage, they don't take that step, and over the course of time, it metastasizes, and idea pathogens can spread very, very quickly, and as it's been said, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. I was going to save this for my sort of end point, but I think I'm going to raise it right now. And one thing that's really struck me throughout this weekend at this conference and just looking at this situation over the last few years is every single person in this room is an ordinary person. And what makes people extraordinary is not necessarily some God-given talent or gift or, something random. It's action. It's the action. It's the decision to say, you know what, I'm going to do something. Right? But that's the separation. That's the separation. I mean, anyone could have started a YouTube channel.
Anybody.
Maybe they wouldn't have done it as well as you've done, but any person could have said, you know what, this is weird stuff going on. Let me turn on this camera or just grab my phone. We've all got video cameras all the time. Let me just start it. Anyone can start a podcast. Anyone can write a book. Anyone can, speak to the school board or raise something in your workplace. Whatever it may be, big or small, that is the thing that makes the difference. And I think it's so important to recognize that because I talk to a lot of people and so many people just think I'm just one person. I'm one guy, I'm one gal. What can I do? And one person can do a lot.
Well, what can I do, said 8 billion people.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can say, one of the quotes that really moved me many, many years ago, and I say it all the time. And the quote went along the lines of, imagine 30, 40, 50 years from now. Okay, you've lived a long, prosperous, wonderful life, and you're there. How much would you give to be where you are now? How much would you give to have this day? And would you have any regrets? What didn't you do? What did you want to do? Okay? But you've got that opportunity now, right in this moment. Those things that you didn't do in that reality, you can make up for now. And that thought experiment in my mind has driven me to do so much about what I've done. Because it's much easier to sit back and, oh, I can't do anything because I've got a job, I've got a family and all these things. But they're the reasons to do it. Yeah. So I think really just take a few moments. Yeah. When you leave here, just ask yourself, what am I going to do? What am I going to do next? And just know that you literally can do anything.
And you know what? Maybe this is your second chance. Maybe this is. Maybe it is the first day of the rest of your life.
Yep. So I've got a question. Do it. Honestly, do it. I hear people say, oh, everyone's got a podcast. I'm like, bro, like not even 0.1% of the population has a podcast. It's not saturated. Nothing is saturated. Yeah, keep on creating, people. I'm going to invert one of the questions I asked on the previous panel and aim this towards the future. And I want to ask, what are the unique strengths and opportunities that you think Canada has for this century? What are some unique things about Canada that are going to make it win?
We have Alberta.
Hey.
I like that. I like that. I think Canada has tremendous resources, and we are not utilizing those resources. And when I say resource, I'm not talking just about natural resources. We have human resources. We have great people with great imaginations. I mean, all of our comedians, or all of America's comedians, come from Canada. But there's so much that we just have not yet exploited, and for many different reasons. And I like to point the finger largely at the government at the moment for not allowing the market to function. If you tune into my channel, I don't just talk about liberty, I also talk about the market, because those two are intertwined. You're not going to have a market without liberty. And the market functions best when the government just gets out of the way and lets it function. So Canada will excel.
There's another thing we have too. We have a system, albeit it is a little broken and battered and tattered, but we have a system that will allow us to change things if we do the work.
Yes.
And a lot of places don't have that.
Very true.
I think we have two incredible stories of Canadians. One is Terry Fox. The other one is the Freedom Convoy.
Absolutely.
And I think that when we remember those stories, that it inspires us about what we can do. I've said to Mara and Chris is that I think that if the history of Canada is told the right way, is that they're going to have their bronze statues on Parliament Hill.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, coming from a little island of 65 million people, you've got a lot of space.
For real.
Right?
For real.
And you have got a lot of resources. And I mean, I remember many years ago, I went on a tube journey on the Underground in the UK, and a gentleman just started talking to me. And if any of you have been in London, the Londoners go, "What the hell, are you mad?" Like, And it jarred me. My response to a stranger talking to me on the tube jarred me. And I went back to the office and I booked a 6-month flight around the world because this guy was an Australian guy and it was just normal for him to come up and talk to me, just someone. And that's what I experience when I'm in Canada. And that's what I think is one of your greatest gifts. You hug, you go up to talk to people, there's no awkwardness, it's... But it's nowhere near like it used to be. We need to get back to that. Well, we need to be able to get back to talking to people. Make it happen. And not be afraid. Yeah. There's your one thing. There's your what? Let's make it happen. You guys have the power. There's your one thing. There's your one thing. When I look across what we've been working on, we see an epidemic of apathy. Okay? And if that one thing changes, there's going to be a tidal wave of change. Yeah. And it's really about love, like connecting, just being open.
Absolutely.
Zuby, before you move on to the next question, I just thought of the third narrative that we have.
Please go.
Artur Pawlowski.
Yes. Following on from your point, Ted, I think something that's important to remind people about, it's one of those things that's obvious, but I think it's very worth stating, which is that the world from this time onward is more interconnected by a factor of billions than humanity ever has been. This is my first time in Canada in over 20 years. The fact that I'm happy to be here. No, thank you. But truly, I mean, it's the fact that I came here and anyone knows who I am blows my mind. The fact that I'm seeing people and I'm meeting people and connecting with people and I've seen their stories. I saw Artur's video, multiple ones. I saw the Freedom Convoy and was supporting that from thousands of miles away. And if you just go back a few decades ago, we would all be totally disconnected, right? People in the UK, in Australia, in Germany, like you'd have no idea. No one would have any idea really what's going on in all of these other places. And from now on, I know that the internet and social media can be annoying, for sure. But on the opposite end, just the fact that we now have billions of people across every country in the world, except North Korea, sadly. But I think that's going to change the century, by the way. We just have so much access to information and people and connections and true social network. And there's some things that are certainly scary about that, but it's a real sea change just in our species. So I think it's important to remember that something like the Freedom Convoy, that is an amazing story for Canada, but that is something that sent shockwaves around the globe. Everywhere, in every single nation, they saw that. So what started with just a handful of people in Canada and then expanded to several thousand people in Canada, that was seen by millions, if not billions of people around the world. So the way things can ripple outward now it's mind-blowing. Okay, a question I do want to ask, and we've touched on this a little bit already, is given we're coming towards the end of the conference and we're talking about the future, is what is one piece of, I'd like to get from each panelist, one piece of tangible, actionable advice in whatever realm that people can take home and something that they can do. One piece of actionable advice.
I'd say something small like buying someone a coffee. Don't try to be a superhero. You don't try to take on something that's too big. Try doing something that's very small, like talking to somebody on the tube, talking to somebody on the bus, talking to somebody at the grocery store. Things like that is how we unify. This is how we bring people back together, just being the good old Canada that we used to be. You know, do random things. Buy somebody a beer at the pub. I'll be doing that tonight. But yeah, just find something small that you feel that you can do, that's in your power to do, rather than something that would take you months to even prepare to do. It's something very tiny, and I think small things end up turning into big things, and you just watch it develop. Once you get the ball rolling, it doesn't feel like you're doing anything anymore. It just feels like you're just going for the ride.
Love it.
I want to go last. I have something I want to do.
So, for me, I was reading something the other day, and it really sort of, it's one of these elusive, obvious things, and it said, when you learn to ride a bike, and you literally finally got that moment, it wasn't that moment. It was all the moments up to that moment. So if I then look, I'm sitting here now, what brought me here, and then I go back to all those sliding doors, it was something like, well, in fact, here it was just attending a Zoom call. And then I met a number of people from BC Rising. Erica then sends me an email, and then there's this just cascade of little moments. We always think that big change comes from big action. Doesn't. Look at the convoy. It was a phone call. You don't know any one of those little moments that you could do tonight, tomorrow, next week that could have you doing something truly amazing. And that's what Clyde said was so powerful. It's the little things that make the difference. Okay? If you think about someone sick and you can buy them a store-bought chicken or you can cook it at home, that cooking at home, that little thing makes all the difference. It shows your love. So it's really, just think, I'm going to take one step. That's it.
I don't know about this cooking at home stuff.
Just tell them you cooked it at home.
Yeah. I really don't know that I'm the best person to give advice. I mean, I pour coffee and make hamburgers for a living now. But if I had to say anything, I would say be okay with being of service to other people. I never really understood that before. I spent 20 years in the energy industry in Alberta, and it was always about me. I was always the boss and doing things, and everyone did everything for me. And then I bought this restaurant, and all of a sudden, I'm like wiping up when people spill, and I'm pouring their coffee and listening to their complaints, which are very few and far between, by the way. But I found myself in a position where I was a servant. And my whole life, I was like, that's demeaning, that's below me. But it isn't. It's one of the most fulfilling things you can do. And so when this all happened and COVID reared its ugly, not even COVID, when the government reared their ugly head and they did what they did, and I was put in a position where I needed to stand up for myself, I was thrown into a situation where I had to be of service to other people because they kept on, first of all, they came to my restaurant because it was the only place open in Alberta. And business is good when you're the only business. But the other part of that was they also had stories to share, and they hadn't been able to share stories with anybody because everything was closed and there was nobody to visit with and talk to. So I heard all of the heart-wrenching stories about the impacts of COVID and the restrictions and the mandates that people weren't hearing, the media wasn't talking about. And that switched me from a mindset of I need to elevate myself and get as much for me and have people doing stuff for me as I can to I can use my time and energy to be of service to these people who have nobody else to advocate for them. So I think that's a really, that's what I'll leave you with. Be okay with being a servant to those around you. It actually feels pretty good.
Amen.
So I had one more slide that I forgot to show. I'm wondering if the AV people could put that up. I'm wondering if you would read that with me.
That's right here.
Would you all mind standing?
Just take them to church.
We'll have to move to the side.
And holding the hands of the people beside you. And if we could do this together, I think it's going to be lovely. So, the Freedom Pledge. Before my Creator, my family, and my community, I declare, I will rise up, speak up, and disobey harmful and tyrannical orders, whether they come from a domestic or foreign entity. I will stand in my power and authority and reclaim my innate rights and what has been unlawfully and immorally taken from me, my family, and my community. I will resist any attempt by government or otherwise to divide people or communities from each other, or to subjugate any people to discrimination or harassment based on ethnicity, faith, bodily autonomy, or freedom of choice. If the enemies of freedom come for anyone's children, my neighbors, my community, or my nation, I will resist. I will never surrender my rights nor those of my children and community.
And on that note, massive thank you to our panelists. And to all of the other speakers. We've had some brilliant speakers. Thank you to all of the conference sponsors. And thank you to all of the organizers. Massive round of applause. Is this mic okay? Is this one, everyone can hear me okay? All right. I'm just going to close this out with a few words. I didn't necessarily know what I was going to encounter and expect this weekend. This is my first time, as I've mentioned before, doing an event in Canada. I had some initial trepidation about coming to Canada after seeing the last few years. I actually had a few people telling me, are you sure you should go? They might not let you in, they might not let you out. You know, they went a little bit crazy. They're super woke over there. Oh, and you're going to the West, like, man, Zuby, you're going to get attacked. They're not going to like you. What I have experienced is just beautiful, wonderful, incredible people. I look around this room and I see so many wonderful souls. True kindness, true unity, true love for country, love for one another, love for family, love for community. And that is the reason why we care about freedom. That's the reason why we fight for it. It's not just some political concept. It's our fundamental right as human beings made in the image of God. That's why freedom matters. We are supposed to be free. We are not meant to be chained up and shackled and enslaved by one another, by the government, by anybody. So I just want to offer you all some words of encouragement. Continue to be kind. Continue to be awesome. Continue to have that worldwide famous Canadian politeness. But continue to keep that fire burning and to continue fighting for what is good and what is truthful and what is righteous. God bless you all. Thank you, and God bless Canada. I appreciate it.
I don't care about news. If you care about the social, you should care about truth and care about youth, for they fall to their doom. Offended by the truth, so they call me a coon. Black lives only matter when in tune with their views. I think black lives matter from the womb to the tomb. Teach for more health, always spread real. Think for yourself, take a red pill. Build for more wealth, you can steady make meals if you cook for yourself and not a ready-made meal. Tell these young men they don't need to be brainless. Tell these young women they don't need to be shameless. Focus on growth, you don't need to be famous. Gotta have goals you can't reach if you're aimless. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I don't play it safe, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel. I will never cave, I don't care how they feel. From the cradle to the grave, I'ma always stay real. Always stay real, never been a slave, so I'm never gonna kneel.